Welcome to the Sleep Haunt. Tonight, we ride again into the endless stretches of highway where the hum of the tires turns into whispers, and every shadow hides something waiting to be seen. These are 10 true trucker horror stories, tales gathered from desolate rest stops, rain-slicked roads, and those lonely hours before dawn when the world feels empty and something else takes its place. Before we begin, we've set a goal. Let's reach 100 likes on this video. Tap that like button now and help keep our wheels turning through the dark. If you're new here, subscribe to the Sleep Haunt so you never miss another journey into the strange and the unknown. Now, settle in, breathe slow, and listen. The road is calling. Story number 1. The plains had been kind all evening, the sky holding on to the last blue just long enough to paint the horizon with a soft, pearly light. Evan kept the truck steady, gliding over the gentle undulations of the road with the practiced ease of someone who knew the weight of his cargo as well as his own pulse. The cab smelled faintly of coffee and citrus hand wipes. A lucky charm, a small metal coin shaped like a star, hung from the dash and tapped the plastic with a sound that felt like a slow heartbeat. He'd planned to push through the night and make the delivery just past dawn, and the plan was going well enough until a low, unhurried fog began to gather in the hollows. It started as a gray breath in the distant fields, then folded over the asphalt in long bands, like pale ribbons drifting across the lane. The road sign for the old bypass came into view, black letters on a faded green board, a route mark most drivers ignored. The newer route ran south and around, smoother and better lit, but it was longer, and Evan liked the old lines. There were fewer taillights there, fewer eyes to catch his. Before he could think it through, the truck signaled, and the cab leaned gently as he took the left onto the quieter stretch. The fog made the world smaller. The hum of the tires and the low purr of the engine sharpened, the way sound does when a room goes still. Hedges appeared, then erased themselves. Fence posts stood briefly like dark piano keys and then vanished behind him. An owl crossed low, wings barely moving, a patient shadow with a heartbeat of white face. CB chatter had thinned to the occasional crackle. He rolled the window down an inch to taste the air, and it was cool and faintly sweet, the smell of cut grass and a hint of rain that hadn't arrived. The sign appeared out of nowhere. Way station ahead open. The word glowed in amber. Evan frowned without meaning to. This stretch hadn't kept a station open in years. He remembered the slab of concrete, the closed booth, the weeds pushing through the edges like a slow green tide. But the sign was steady, the arrow clean. The law was the law. He guided the truck onto the ramp. The soft thump of the rumble strips a metronome. It was all there in a quiet pocket of light that made the fog look like a pale curtain beyond. The low building wore a coat of new paint, though it was the same modest shape he recalled. A rectangle with a window like a wide eye, a countertop leveled beneath, and a metal arm for the barrier. The overhang cast a gentle cone of light over the scale platform, softened by moths and mist. Even the crackled glass in the door looked whole again. The open placard sat in the window, letters straight and earnest. He rolled forward until the tires kissed the grooved steel. The truck settled. The star on the dash tapped lightly. He could hear his own breath inside the hooded quiet. He clicked the parking brake, and the cab rocked once, then was still. The speaker on the post beside his window gave a single, soft pop that suggested it had been on all along, and a voice, low and patient, filled the cab like a neighbor leaning in through the screen door. Evening driver pulled to the front axle by axle. Not good evening, not a cheer. Just a gentle instruction, shaped by a cadence that felt 2 decades old. Evan released the brake and did as he was told, inching forward under the window's light. A hand came into view behind the glass. Long fingers, squared nails, the cuff of a neat white shirt fastened by a small, dark button. The hand moved over a ledger with that old, comfortable rhythm of pen over paper. The scale ticked beneath him, its needle visible through a rectangular window set into the platform. It wasn't digital. It was the kind of face that wore numbers around its rim like a watch. Each line he drove over caused the needle to climb, then settle, then climb again. The movements were smooth, well-oiled, almost graceful. He thought of watches that could hear the ocean of a wrist. "Hold there," the voice said. He held. He looked toward the window, expecting the half gesture and brief eye contact that signaled a routine job. Instead, his gaze met a face he recognized in a way that bothered him because it wasn't the recognition of a friend or a frequent stop. It was the recognition of type. A man in his 50s, perhaps, with hair trimmed short, The kind that didn't mind a hat but wasn't wearing one. Clean-shaven, calm, unhurried eyes. He didn't squint past the glass the way people in fluorescent-lit rooms usually do. He looked like he'd been made for this light. Company or independent? The man asked. Independent, Evan said, before remembering he was supposed to keep his voice level but firm. It came out that way anyway. Manifest? Evan slid the folder through the drawer under the glass. The man's hand took it up and opened it with care. Page by page, the hand turned. Pause. Turn. Pause. The pen in the other hand hovered, then wrote, the nib making a quiet, satisfying whisper on the paper that carried through the speaker. It was a sound from another world, from ink bottles and blotters. It should have been buried under the hum of a fluorescent ballast or the whine of a printer. It was not. Name? The man asked. Evan Tracker. The hand paused, then wrote his name in neat, squared letters that looked like print more than script. Below it, the pen wrote other names above names already there. But they weren't typed. They were written in the same hand, as if the man had been expecting each driver and had taken his time recording them. As the pen moved, Evan saw a line 2 entries up. Raymond Tracker. The coin on the dash tapped. It was an uncommon last name, and it held his attention like a hook. He read the rest of the line. It only showed the name, a number that might have been a plate, or might have been a code, and a date. The date was 26 years ago. The pen didn't stop. The man's voice returned, gentle, as if speaking from a porch, while rain tapped on a step. Hazardous? Negative. The hand checked a box. The scale needle settled to a number, and then, as if struck by a thought, sank a hair lower, then rose again. Evan felt the weight of the truck through the soles of his boots, the way one can feel a ship shift in a harbor swell. It was a peaceful motion. It made his eyelids heavy, just for a moment. The CB crackled with a burst of static. Then a voice drifted in, thin with distance. Heads up northbound 414, mile marker 8 to 6, crosswind tipping signs. Keep it under 60. It was the kind of notice drivers shared. The tone was friendly and matter-of-fact. But the call sign that followed it was from a company that went out of business the year Evan graduated high school. The man behind the glass didn't look up. He slid the manifest back through the drawer and produced a small slip of off-white paper being pulled. It seemed from the station itself. Evan watched the paper feed up from a slot beside the ledger and curl in the man's hand like a thin petal. There were numbers on it, and a time stamped at the bottom. The ink was a faded purple, the kind dot matrix machines used to love. The line of time read 2:11, and the date made the coin stop tapping for the first time since they'd started. It was the same decade as the name above. Not tonight. Not even this year. He took the paper automatically, as drivers do. The fibers felt rougher than modern stock, the way receipts used to feel when they came attached to carbon copies. His thumb pressed a corner, and the corner remembered the press, holding the crescent a fraction longer than modern paper would. The barrier arm stayed down. The man behind the glass lifted his hand, but it wasn't to wave him through. It was to hold his palm up, flat. Wait. The same calm expression, the same posture of someone who expected their requests to be obeyed because they were reasonable, not because they could force them. Lights down, the voice said. Evan's hand found the switches and dimmed the beams. The fog outside became softer and closer. The truck felt like a big animal lowering its head. He listened. The station's light buzzed so gently, it might have been imagined. Somewhere out in the field, a cricket decided it was spring for a single brave note, then thought better of it. A truck passed on the main line of the highway, beyond the shoulder and the barrier, just a swipe of shadow wrapped in quiet. No headlights, no marker lights, no rumble like the one beneath him. It wasn't a ghost, it was a shape, a suggestion of bulk moving fast through thinner air. The fog parted around it like fabric brushed by a hand. It should have been impossible. It was gone in a breath. The barrier arm lifted. He wasn't eager to move. He didn't want to leave the cone of light. He looked at the man behind the glass, and the man looked back with that perfectly ordinary expression of someone who had just done one small, good, unremarkable thing in a night full of quiet duties. Evan nodded without meaning to. He put the truck in gear and rolled gently off the scale, the steel grooving releasing him with a sigh. "Drive safe," the voice said. It sounded like habit. It didn't sound like a wish or a spell or a warning. It sounded like the way a person ends a sentence, because the words mean exactly what they say. The ramp fed him back onto the old bypass. The fog thinned over a quarter mile, then gathered again in a low dip, where a creek made a dark line through the field. He kept the speed steady and his shoulders loose, the way the good trainers taught. The radio whispered another call, this one naming a rest area that had been demolished last summer, as if it were still welcoming drivers. The miles settled their hand on his back. The star tapped the dash. The road became a long, breathing thought. At dawn, when the sky lifted from ash to blue and then to gold, he pulled into a truck stop that wore 3 new flags and a sign with a cheerful red rooster that hadn't been there a year ago. He ate eggs slowly and watched the parking lot through the wide window that still smelled faintly of fresh carpet glue. A wall near the coffee urns had a row of framed photographs, sepia and black and white scenes from the highway's younger years, weekend car clubs with fender skirts and white walls, state troopers in hats that cast crisp shadows, and one small shot of the way station where he had stopped. The building in the photo was the same shape, standing in a field with a pale sky behind it, the kind of sky that doesn't belong to any hour but brightens the grass anyway. The caption read, "County Way, decommissioned 1982. A second line beneath it carried a name, "In memory of Marshall Layton, attendant." The man in the picture wore a plain tie and a white shirt with a small, dark button at the cuff. He didn't really smile. He looked like someone doing a quiet job well. Evan stepped closer. In the left corner of the frame paper was a handwritten date in pencil, faint but legible, next to a note. "Last Way Ray Tracker." The rest of the letters blurred for a beat because his throat decided to remind him that he had been awake a long time. He pulled air in and let it out in a way that didn't make the noise anyone else in the diner would notice. He read the letters again. It didn't say Raymond in the photo's note. It said Ray. His father had driven this stretch once, many years back, when everything felt bigger and towns smelled more like diesel and coffee and wood smoke. He unfolded the weight slip from his pocket. The paper made a sound like a whisper. The stamp didn't shift. The purple ink had smudged where his thumb had held it last night. The date stayed where it was, not old enough to be a relic but far older than an hour. His own name sat on the top line in careful letters that looked printed. On his way out, he asked no questions. Questions would have made it a conversation. Conversations make stories shake into a shape that lets someone else set them down. He didn't want that. He wanted the piece to stay the size it was, to ride with him at its own weight. He slid the slip into the sun visor and let it live there, the way drivers keep receipts until the glove box becomes a time capsule. A week later, his route swung him back over that old bypass, not at night, but under a sky the color of bleached denim. He wasn't alone. A couple of pickup trucks rode far ahead, little handmade boats on a calm sea. He looked for the station out of habit or curiosity or something like respect. The turnoff was still there. The rumble strips made their little drum roll. He took the ramp and found what he remembered from years ago. A concrete slab fractured into geometry by the green insistence of weeds. A rectangle of where a building should be. A pole without a sign. The air smelled like sun-warmed grass and a little like rain baking out of stones. He idled and felt the truck rest its weight on a place with memory. In the side mirror, the world looked like an old picture. In the windshield, the world looked like it always did when the sky was honest. He shut down the engine and listened to the wind threading the tall grass. And for a moment, he could hear a faint, careful voice in the way the blades rubbed each other, measuring, counting, the sound of a ledger being turned in a world where paper did what was asked of it and kept the marks it was given. On the CB, a driver 2 counties over told a quick story about missing a pileup at dawn because a rest stop had its lights inexplicably on when it shouldn't have, and the glow made him slow by instinct. He said it with the shrug people use when they didn't earn their good luck. Evan didn't press the key. He let the radio's little green LED watch the day. The coin on his dash hung still. Sometimes, nights came when the fog wasn't a sheet but a low river that slipped over the asphalt and made it feel like the truck was skimming the surface of some quiet tide. On those nights, when the weight of the load and the weight of the days had their gentle argument in his bones, the sun visor would slip down a fraction on its hinge. The old paper would poke out and catch a faint draft that didn't belong to any vent. It would whisper without sound. He would touch the corner of it with one finger, the way a person touches the brim of a hat to acknowledge a kindness. Years from then, he would pass a young driver on a shoulder, flash his hazards, roll to a soft stop in front, and step down to share a crescent wrench, and the kind of patience that belonged to stations under amber lights. The young driver's hands would shake just enough to make the socket slip. The road would lean over them like a sky listening. The old star on the dash would tap once inside the cab at a change in air pressure tiny as a polite cough. Evan would glance down the black line of the highway and think of a scale face with numbers around it like a watch counting a different kind of time. On a cold autumn night, long after memory had turned the fog to a texture and the ledger to a kind of music inside him, he would pass the place again. The weeds would be low. The concrete would show a new crack shaped like a slow river. He would not expect anything. He would not ask for anything. But for a breath-long span, as the tires rolled over the ghost of the platform, the dash lights would dip and rise, not as a failure, but as if being politely dimmed. And a voice, so soft it could have been a thought trimmed of words, would touch the shape of the cab and say, in the exact weight of its careful habit, "Drive safe." After that, the road would lift him. The fields would let him go. The miles would count themselves in a language he had learned before he knew its name. And if he ever wondered who had written his name before the pen should have known it, he did so softly, as one wonders about a good clerk in a quiet place doing a job in the middle of a long night. He didn't need an answer to carry it. The old paper in the visor was answer enough. Story number 2. Rain had not been forecast, but the night on the mountain wore a drifting veil of it anyway, the kind that isn't quite a rain, more a fine mist that glows in headlights and gathers on mirrors like breath. Marisol kept her wipers at the second lowest setting, steady as metronomes, and let the truck settle into its long pull. She had named the rig once without telling anyone the way some people name houseplants or old guitars, but the name lived only in the privacy of her rib cage, where the hum of the engine could find it. The cab held the warm sense of cinnamon gum and a thermos that still remembered the coffee it had surrendered hours earlier. On the passenger's seat, a small spiral notebook lay open, a pen resting in its coil, ready to catch the kind of thoughts that don't stick unless you write them down. Fuel, a tire rotation, a call to make when the world turned to morning. The highway had carved a notch through the ridge here decades ago, leaving a corridor of exposed stone that breathed cool air even in August. Reflectors stitched the lanes in dotted lines, little beads of glass that blinked their patient warnings and, in the mist, seemed to float in place rather than be part of anything as loud as a road. The CB sat low on the dash, channel 19 hovering by habit. The background chatter had thinned down to the low murmur of passing drivers, most of it kind, most of it useful, none of it urgent. Then the voice appeared without preamble, as if it had always been there, and she had only now tuned her attention to it. It was flat without being unfriendly, a human voice pressed thin by distance and time, the way a signal sounds when it travels over something it wasn't built to cross. 19 northbound, marker 94, reduced to 4 to 4. 93, reduced to 4 to 2. 92, hold at 4 to 0. She glanced at the next reflective post as it slid into the glow of her headlights. 94. Her hand went to the brake without thought, just enough to change the note of the engine, not enough to make the trailer feel the shift in a way that would complain. 44 meant 44 miles an hour. No one uses 44. It felt like the kind of number that lives on a clipboard. 91, the voice continued. Slow to 3 to 8. Expect animals at 22 seconds. The truck settled to the new speed. She felt the weight become a calm presence behind her rather than a thought at the top of the hill. The road curved right. A slice of black ribbon cut into a darker slope. Out of the mist, 2 deer stepped into view, not in a panic, not with the stuttering, startled movement of a thing that didn't belong. They simply arrived, all legs and wet eyelashes, pausing as if in conversation with an invisible fence. Marisol's fingers rested on the wheel at 10 and 2, and the truck whispered by at a distance that would feel like a leap in a later retelling, but in the moment felt like the exact right amount of space. The animals blinked and turned their heads as one, their bodies the color of the very air they stood in. Copy that, a second voice said on the channel, this one unmistakably alive, amused. You hearin' this old weatherman tonight, Javelina? A driver asked someone else whose handle suggested a landscape with cactus and long shadows. Yeah, the second driver replied. Been hearing him on the ridge since 90-something. He calls the deer by zip code. Laughter, the easy kind that doesn't bounce hard in the late hours. Tires hissed on wet pavement somewhere out of sight. Marisol watched the mile markers tick down. 93, 92. The voice continued. Simple, practical, naming speeds that were a shade lower than her instincts would have picked, and hazards that were the apparent kind wet leaves gathering where a sloped shoulder met the road. Gravel fallen from a truck that must have rattled through a cut without remembering to close its tailgate. A plastic bag chasing itself in a spin, and then giving up to lie flat right where a motorcycle wheel would prefer not to meet it. She toggled her mic, curiosity prodding. "What station is that?" she asked. "Dot? State Patrol?" There was a pause, the polite kind, and then the amused driver answered. "That ain't nobody with a badge, friend. That's the Mountain Dew in public service." Another voice cut in, older. The words softened by a drawl made thin by static. "Don't spook the new folks," he said. "It's old infrastructure that never learned it was retired. Tower on the county road used to broadcast muddy weather alerts back when the sirens were tired. Inversions bounce it around. You get it clear on humid nights. That's all it is." The flat voice returned, unfazed by being the subject. 90, it said. Jackknifed pickup shoulder southbound. Debris in median. Maintain present speed. She passed the marker and, through the mist, saw the sweep of hazard lights on the other side of the highway, distant as a lighthouse. A trooper was there too, his cruiser angled at a posture that spoke of practice. The pickup had gone no farther than the shoulder grass, its trailer politely bent like a knee. The scene was under control, the kind that makes other drivers ease off the accelerator unconsciously. The way humans slow in the presence of any flashing light that isn't on a carnival. "Who programmed this thing?" someone asked. Closer now, curious rather than skeptical. "Old county board," the older driver replied. "They used a tape loop and hit record when weather went sideways. Some say it's still on a loop somewhere out there. Some say a ham picked it up and is rebroadcasting for kicks. I heard a theory once about rock layers in the ridge trapping radio like a bottle traps wind. Mostly, I drive slower when it tells me to. And I get where I'm going." The voice gave numbers that felt less like commands and more like patient advice. Marisol listened because the advice matched what she would have picked given time to think and the ability to see around corners. The world reduced to elements that made sense. The glow of the asphalt, the deep breathing of the motor doing the honest work it was built to do, the faint click of raindrops finding the edges of mirrors and then sliding away. 90, the voice repeated, but it said her name next, quiet, a word placed in the stream without emphasis. "Marisol, check latch, on rear left door." Her foot eased off the throttle, as if the message had arrived through her soul rather than her ear. The road wasn't generous with shoulders here. There were turnouts made by necessity, not convenience. Gravel patches with depths you could not know until you were in them. The next wide spot lay a quarter-mile ahead. A shallow arc where a safety ramp joined the grade, like a calm thought joining a heated argument. She signaled twice, because signaling twice felt like knocking before entering. The truck drifted into the turnout. When the wheels met the gravel, the sound changed from hiss to crunch, and the steering wheel trembled in a way that suggested the pebbles were more interested in their own affairs than in properly cradling her. She set the brake. The cab settled. The mist found the lines of the windshield and traced them. The rear camera showed the trailer's square stern like a clean white page. She stepped down into the damp and felt the chill of air that hadn't seen sun in hours. The night had its own scent here, mineral and green, a little metallic, like rain on railroad tracks. Her boots made a decent sound. The left door latch didn't look wrong. It sat as it always did. Steel meeting steel with the kind of frankness that makes a person feel better about engineering in general. But when she tested it, there was a tremor in the mechanism, a barely there looseness that could grow into something unhelpful if a series of tiny motions found the same rhythm. She unlatched and relatched, felt the metal seat with a more satisfied click, and secured the secondary catch that people forget exists unless they've learned something the hard way. It took 20 seconds. She stood with one hand on the cold door, palm feeling the heartbeat of the trailer the way one might feel the pulse at a wrist, then returned to the cab. "Appreciate it," she said to no one, and to the thin voice that didn't know her at all except that now it did. Back on the grade, The highway unfolded as if nothing at all had happened. The fun of a puzzle entered the miles. She tried to predict the next instruction by reading the road trees close to the shoulder meant fallen needles slicking paint. A farmyard light beyond the fence might mean a dog with boundary issues catching smells of out-of-town travelers. A deep cut in the rock meant a downwash of gravel after last week's storm. The voice called the hazards a breath before she could, reliable without being smug. Other drivers treated it like a friend who never sleeps. 86, it said. Crosswind bank at overpass. Reduced to 3 to 6. Even in the mist, the crosswind made itself known in the way the trailer leaned politely, and then decided better of it. The truck's whole shape listened. She touched the wheel with 2 fingers more than before, and found the center of the lane again. They called the next stretch the Notch, a mile of road that sliced through the ridge and made sounds different than any other. The tires changed their hum. The radio signal sharpened, losing the cottony quality of long travel, becoming an honest presence in the cab like a person sitting with her, saying what needed to be said and then leaving space after every sentence. 84, it said. Maintain 3 to 6. 83, maintain. 82, maintain. 81, stop in safe area for 2 minutes. A stop on a grade she knew a dozen reasons that might be wise. Overheated brakes on someone else's rig. A wide load coming down with a need to use more road than usual. A mama bear changing her mind about crossing with cubs. The turnout appeared at 81 like an idea arriving just in time. She slid into it. The gravel's texture different here. Larger stones. Less willing to be bossed around. The second hand on the dash clock made no sound, but she could see it past the marks. 1 minute and 30 seconds in, 2 sets of headlights rushed from behind. The first belonged to a pickup towing an empty car hauler that danced at the hitch like it was hearing a song no one else heard. The second set rode too close, a driver trying to keep up with someone who wished to be somewhere else. They passed, the buffeting wind they birthed in their wake reaching the cab as a soft thump. At 2 minutes, as if dismissing a class, the voice returned. Proceed. She did. The grade sloped gently downward. The mist thinned to a sheen on the world, and the trees slipped away to open a view that in daylight would have shown rolling pastures and a small town stitched into a valley. Night turned it into a geometry of fewer shapes. Far off, a red light pulsed on a tower that might still believe it had work to do. At the bottom of the ridge, the highway crossed a reservoir behind a low dam. The locals called the bridge over it the Tables because it felt like the road had been set on a series of perfectly flat surfaces laid side by side. On calm nights, the water became its own sky, reflecting stars not visible to anyone standing on the shore. On windy nights, it chattered teeth against the concrete supports and made fishermen on aluminum boats calculate their choices with a care that had less to do with fish and more to do with coming home. 76, the voice said. Then, for the first time, it broke its own rhythm. 76, it repeated, quieter, as if stepping closer. Switch off now. The request was simple and strange, a line crossing into the place where a driver's habits lived. She glanced at the radio, at the tiny green LED that glowed like a watchful eye. Her hand hovered. The notion of silence on a bridge wasn't appealing. Radio chatter isn't just information, it's company when the world narrows to 2 lanes of intention, and you are the only one in your own small world to insist you continue. But the voice had called the deer. It had known about the latch. It had the tone of someone who has no interest in being right except that being right might mean the difference between inconvenience and something that had the weight of regret. She clicked the CB off. The cab inhaled the quiet. The only sound for a beat was the tire tone and the faint squeak of some plastic part that complained on cool nights and went quiet in heat. Without the radio, another sound rose to the surface, the low, rubbery thrum of the wind under the bridge that she would have dismissed as the ordinary breath of the world if she hadn't been listening that carefully. Halfway across, the wind shifted direction and took a soft, insistent grip on the side of the trailer. The truck accommodated the new suggestion with the practiced grace of something designed to be both stubborn and flexible. A single low vehicle ahead had its hazards on, moving slow. Not a breakdown, but a maintenance cart ferrying cones. They were placing them for a shoulder repair at the far end. With silence in the cab, the blink of their hazard lights felt more like a heartbeat than a warning time kept. Not by a clock, but by attention. She rolled over the tables like a person carrying something steady on one hand. On the far side, she slid the switch back up. The green LED came back to life, biased to a glow that made the rest of the dash feel agreeable. "You're good," someone said. Their voice warm and ordinary. No trace of the thin, weathered tone that had given her instructions. "Caught that wind?" "I did," she replied. "Before the flood in '93, the person continued, there was an emergency broadcast here. Came out of a tower that shook itself apart in a storm. Some nights I swear I still hear the guy who ran it. Same speed calls, same manners. Folks used to mock him. Then his numbers kept matching the messes." The old, thin voice returned, as if to prove a point, or as if oblivious to the conversation around it. 74, reduced to 3 to 3. Spray on curve, maintain distance. Trucks, maintain distance. 2 rigs ahead of her found each other's bumpers more interesting than they needed to be, braking lights stacking as if by arrangement. She held back and watched the fan of fine water thrown from their tires draw a curtain. It was not dramatic. It was not close. It was a reminder that the world has its own schedule, and you can either keep pace without complaint or add yourself to someone else's story. The ridge let go. The road smoothed into a run of low farmland where the mist turned to dew, and the dew considered frost before deciding against it. The voice continued now and then with a piece of advice so understated it felt like common sense phrased with more courtesy. She passed an exit, no town listed on the sign, just a number and a name, County 34. At the base of the ramp, a squat concrete building stood dark, a radio tower behind it black against the sky except for the single red pulse near its top. There was a hand-painted sign screwed to a post near the driveway, the letters tidy but a little tired. Emergency broadcast standby equipment only. Keep gate closed. No trespass. She pulled into a truck stop a few miles farther, the kind with a long canopy of honest light, and a diner that had learned how to be both a place to hurry and a place to rest. In the hall behind the counter, a bulletin board had collected the valley's memory. Shower rules, a dog sitter's card, a flyer for a high school fundraiser. In the corner, a yellowing article cut from a small-town newspaper had been thumbtacked up under a pin shaped like a little silver star. A black and white photo of the tower new then, proud in the way equipment can be sat above a paragraph about the storm that took it down, and the volunteers who kept the messages going with battery-powered radios and truckers who relayed what their eyes found. Names were listed with thanks. The article used words like neighbors and vigilance and gratitude in a way that didn't feel performative. At a corner table, an older woman in a county maintenance jacket stirred sugar into tea. A man across from her wore the comfortable, sloop-shouldered posture of someone who had been on the road long enough to make it look like sitting still. Their conversation floated on the air like the smell of biscuits. "Still hear him sometimes," the woman said, not lowering her voice, not aiming it at anyone but her companion. "On nights like this, I never turn him off. Tape got erased. But that ridge holds the weather like a bowl holds water. Sound does funny things when the world decides to bend it." Her companion nodded, not as a matter of belief, but as a gesture of nodding to something that could be true without anyone needing to insist on it. Marisol finished her sandwich, wrote down a tire brand in her notebook, then almost as an afterthought made a quick list of the speeds she'd been given along with markers. In the neatness of daylight, they looked unremarkable, a collection of numbers that could have come from any defensive driving course. 44, 42, 42, 38. A note to check a latch. She underlined the word maintain the way the voice had trusted it. Not slow, not panic, maintain. She slept in the cab, the gentle structures of the truck stop settling her into a kind of rest that belongs to people who live in motion. Refrigeration units murmuring like ocean waves behind a wall, air brakes coughing and then sitting content, footsteps passing and then receding, the door of the diner opening and closing with a soft, reliable chime that over time feels like a heartbeat that belongs to everyone who arrives and leaves. In the morning, the world wore a coat of brightness that made last night's mist feel like a polite suggestion someone had withdrawn. She rolled back onto the highway, the ridge now a soft blue shape to her left. Channel 19 held the living, present voices of drivers greeting the day, calling out troopers in the median at mile 61, a piece of shredded tire, a gator lounging near the stripe at 58, A school bus working its route on a county road. She turned the volume down and let the road speak at its normal volume. For months after, the voice would return only on nights when the air hung so still, you could feel it shaping itself around your jacket. Sometimes it said things she could have predicted. Sometimes it said things she would not have known. It never sounded impatient, never sounded pleased with itself. It announced, it advised, it approved of safe distances and clean habits. She did not wait for it. She drove as if it wouldn't appear. But when it did, she listened. Late in winter, strong wind pushed across the ridge at an angle that made the empty spaces sing. Marisol climbed in low gear, the weight behind her taking her mind's measure and finding her a match. The voice came as a thread of sound then, thinner than ever, and spoke a sentence that wasn't anything like a number at all. Everyone gets home slower, it said, or not at all. Slower is the kind way. There was no marker, no speed. Just the kind of line you might hear from someone standing at a doorway, hand on the jamb, asking a person to take care. She did what it asked. The ridge did what ridges do. The world went on being a place where a person could work through the night and arrive to daylight with the sense that every small choice had been part of something larger that included mist and markers and ordinary music on a radio that sometimes decided to sing in a different key. When, once in a rare while, she passed the turnout at 81, something in her hand made a motion toward the switch the way a person reaches for a light in a darkened room. She would touch the CB's dial with a finger and find it already where it should be. If the green LED blinked twice in that moment, just the smallest hiccup, a flicker that could be explained by a bump in the power or a flaw in the connection, she took it as the kind of nod drivers exchange on empty roads, a courtesy no one wants to admit they need and no one can quite do without. Story number 3. The desert at night can look like an endless sheet of ink with a careful seam stitched down the middle. Cole kept his rig steady along that seam, 2 hands soft on the wheel, letting the long, straight miles draw a calm line through him. The dash glowed a comfortable amber. A Roadrunner air freshener swung from the vent with a patient sway, and a photograph clipped to the visor his sister's old Shepherd with one ear folded down watched the reflection of the highway drift by. The thermometer on the mirror said 42, cool enough to bite, warm enough to keep the cab from feeling sealed, away from the world. There are stretches out here where the road stops pretending to curve and just points. People call one of them the 100-mile arrow, a name someone with a sense of humor must have given it, but once you've driven it in a quiet hour, the name fits. Tonight, the sky held a bright scatter of stars, so clear the empty spaces seemed to hum. Cole had dialed the music down until it was just a shape he could feel more than hear. The CB hovered on 19, quiet except for the occasional murmur of a passing driver and the soft flicker of an AM station slipping in from a town he wouldn't see. That was when he noticed the 2 red points of light far ahead. Tail lights, set low, not tall like a tractor, more the height of an old pickup or a small box truck. He did not mark the moment they arrived. They were simply there, where the black met the black. At first they offered the easy kind of companionship drivers respect from a distance. Someone else carving the world into minutes and miles. He watched them for a minute, then 5. They stayed exactly as far away as they had been when he'd first spotted them. He eased a little more pressure onto the throttle, nudging the needle up. The engine's song lifted half a note. The lights ahead did the polite thing and maintained the same distance. He backed off. They backed off. Once is coincidence. Twice is the kind of thing you notice, and then try not to think about. He thumbed the mic. "Pacer up front, you got ears?" he asked, using the tone people use when they want to sound bored and are not. Static came back, a gentle shiver. Then a hiss like someone breathing close to the mic. Then nothing at all. He waited. The air out here has habits, dust devils that travel like quiet dancers across the flats, a ground-hugging wind that finds the empty places and touches them, distant pricks of light from ranches that seem to float above the earth, because the black between them and the road is so complete. He ran his lights on low and let the reflective posts stitch by with their sharp little blinks. The taillights ahead held their careful distance, and every so often blinked in a way that a patient eye could not help but start to count. Blink, pause, blink, blink, pause, blink, 3, 1, 2, 1. He told himself it was just the unevenness of an old bulb, a socket that wanted a little attention. He told himself to stop counting. The sequence continued. A green sign broke into view as if it had been painted onto the night. Lake Ardea Scenic Overlook 2 miles. Cole said the name out loud to hear if it fit anywhere in his mental atlas. It didn't. He'd run this stretch for years, and the only lake within miles was a dry one, a pale wash of salt that turned the air into a mirror at dawn. He'd never seen a sign for an overlook. The tail lights ahead eased toward the right-hand white line a fraction. He felt his own hands make the tiniest movement on the wheel, a pilot fish following a shark because the water said to. He smiled at himself and kept center. The sign repeated at a mile. The letters were tidy and new, the kind of freshly reflective paint that makes a person feel they are seeing the world for the first time. He passed the turnout without thinking to take it, because drivers do not like to be pulled sideways when their routes are set. But a few miles on, the road gathered itself into a shallow swell, and the lights ahead shifted a hair left. His stomach made a small correction of its own. The right lane had a shadow running down it that was not the usual change in asphalt. It was a length of scattered block. Pale edges, catching his beams the remnant of a load poorly secured. The kind that can decide whether a night has a story in it or not. He let the rig glide left, in that smooth way that keeps a trailer from thinking it has opinions. The lights ahead returned to the center line like a swimmer finding a lane. "Appreciate it," he said softly to the cab, which holds a person's words the way a good room does. No answer had been necessary. The road kept speaking in its quiet grammar. He watched the blink again. 3, 1, 2, 1. Another sign rose out of the dark. Lake Ardea Scenic Overlook 1 mile. The taillights ahead leaned right again. A suggestion, not a command. The way a good lead offers a hand on a dance floor. Cole found himself curious, then annoyed at being curious, then curious again. The turnout arrived with a sweep of guardrail and a short spur road that led to a pale square of pavement set above a darker bowl. Without quite deciding to, he signaled, a little flourish of courtesy in a place where no one could see it, and took the spur. The taillights ahead took it too, as if they had meant to all along. The overlook wasn't much, just a small lot with a low curb and a signboard with plexiglass that had become its own kind of fog. The desert beyond rolled out in a vast, dim expanse that might have been water if water could hold stars. The lake bed sat pale and flat, like a thought that had been erased and written over and erased again. To the right, a short orange windsock lifted on a pole and then sank. The tiniest motion. The lights stopped at the far edge of the turnout, rested there, blinking their patient code, then went dark, as if someone had pinched them out between finger and thumb. Cole set the brake and let the engine idle for a beat. He could feel the night's cool leaning into the glass. He stepped down, and the world greeted him with that particular desert smell, mineral and dust, and the faintest scent of something green, holding its breath somewhere lower than his eyes could reach. The crunch under his boots sounded bigger than it was. The stars looked more crowded than they had on the road. The signboard's map had once been bright. Now the colors had faded to a palette of suggestion. He traced a finger over the outline of the dry lake. There were small notes printed in a font that pretended to be friendly. No access beyond dusk. Respect historical sites. A corner of the board held a photograph laminated long ago. A runway laid out in lights across the flatness. Not the modern kind, but squat beacons on short posts. The kind you could pick up and set down again. The caption named a test field, decommissioned before he'd learned to drive. The name Lake Ardea had belonged to the field art department once used, and to the shorebirds that visited when storms left shallow water behind. Something red near the curb caught what little light there was. He crouched. It was a broken piece of plastic, curved, thick, the red true all the way through. Tail light lens, old style, the kind with lines molded across it to turn a small bulb into a steady glow. He turned it in his hand. It felt like a small, obedient moon. He set it on the curb out of a habit that said you put things back near where you found them, even if they don't belong to you. Back in the cab, the clock on the dash read 2:17. He loosened his shoulders and rolled back onto the highway. It took less than a mile for the two red lights to settle once more into place at that same, impossible distance ahead. He laughed once without much humor. If there was a joke, he didn't mind being the one to hear it. 19, he said into the mic, unwilling to let the silence call the shots. Leader up front. You running a pattern? Or am I just tired enough to dance? The reply wasn't a voice. It was the sound of a mic-keyed click, and then a quick release click. Click. Pause. Click, click. Pause. Click. Click. The pattern folded into the shape the taillights had been showing him. His skin prickled along the forearms, not unpleasant, just an awareness settling into him like cool water after heat. He pulled one breath, and then another. He didn't need to decide if it was strange. The desert has its own rules, and sometimes he drove better when he let those rules run a mile ahead of him and see how the road took it. The next 5 miles were generous. A slow slope down to a plain, a shallow drift of sand brushed onto the shoulder that the wind would carry back out to wherever wind carries such things. A group of burros crossed 300 yards ahead of him, with an air of being unbothered by the idea of highways. He eased off and let them finish their thought about where they were going, and the lights ahead slowed in agreement, then resumed. He tried again, because people do. You want to share a name? He asked. Or a frequency? I'll buy you coffee at the next light if you're not in a hurry. Static sighed. Then a voice came through, one word shaped carefully. It was older, the kind of voice that knows how to keep a tone, even when a radio is busy making itself into weather. Maintain. He blinked. It wasn't a command so much as a word he had heard from a man in a yard office once, years ago. When he was new, and a little too interested in proving he could make good time. Ray Nance, who had smelled like clean sawdust and kept a pencil behind his ear, had stood with him at noon under a sky like a coin and said, "Out there, the desert will show you every excuse to hurry and every excuse to drift. Maintain, Cole. Pick the line. Trust the numbers. Maintain." Ray had retired. He'd gone north to sit under trees and teach a grandson how to fix things gently. Cole had sent a card at the time because no one else in the office had thought to, and because the words had stuck. Hearing that one word now, on a night like this, felt like a hand tapping the glass once. Not hard, just enough to say, "I see you." He drove easier then. He let the line float into him and become the kind of thing you don't examine while you're using it. The taillights led him around a tire tread that had decided to rest exactly where a motorcycle might not enjoy finding it. They slowed him for 1 minute on a stretch he would have flown over, and a maintenance truck without its work lights on came up from a dirt road right then, cresting a little rise with the careful dignity of a cow stepping over a fence. He lifted a hand to the driver and got a hand back. The lights ahead gave 3 blinks. Then 1, then 2, then 1. As if the night itself were content with the result of their quiet arithmetic. A low sign appeared. Notch Junction, 34 miles. Under it, on its own, a smaller line. Ardea Gate, 0. The 0 should have meant he was already there. The arrow pointed forward anyway. The taillights drifted right. A service road split off with a chain across it, the kind that announces itself as if it had the authority of a gate, but doesn't really care if you're determined. The little reflector on the chain blinked once, then was still. The 2 red points slowed to a stop beyond the chain, in a place where no tires should be. Cole kept to the main line, because there are boundaries you respect out here on instinct. The lights stayed where they were, not moving, not waving farewell, just resting in their dark like coals. He watched them in the mirror until the road's patient motion took them away. He passed through the rest of the night, the way a well-thrown line passes through air, clean, with intent. Darkness softened toward morning, the sky becoming the color of cold metal first, then taking on a hint of color like a bruise deciding to heal. He pulled into a modest little complex of low buildings set back from the highway with a flag that had learned to behave itself in wind and a small sign that said Ardea Recreation, closed at dusk. The office door had a glass panel with a bell attached to the frame that moved when the air did. He stretched his legs and walked to a low wall where a plaque had been set. The letters were simple. In quiet appreciation, Ray Nance, night patrol volunteer, kept folks between the lines. The photo beside the plaque showed an older man in a reflective vest with a smile that didn't strain. Behind him, a pickup sat with rounded taillights and a wind cone named by the angle of its own orange. The red lenses looked exactly like the one he had set on the curb at the overlook. He didn't touch the plaque. He stood for a moment with his hands in his jacket. A customer service phone sat on a stand nearby for when the office was closed, One of those devices that exists because occasionally the world is reasonable. He picked up and set it down again without dialing. There was nothing to report. He returned to the truck and poured coffee from the thermos he'd filled before midnight. The kind that tastes a little like everything else your thermos has ever met. It was good. By late morning, he rolled into a diner with windows that made a habit of catching the horizon. The bulletin board by the restrooms had the usual flyers and hand-scrawled notices. A card with a drawing of a long, low bridge advertised a night convoy for Winter Run's nightlines. Tuesdays, when the weather threatened, don't drift. In neat letters underneath, no exclamation point, which made him like it more. He slept for a few hours. When he woke, the day had become air and color again, no trace of the peculiar patience of the long black. He could have filed what had happened under the headings drivers invent for themselves. The category of, "We'll never know that one." The folder labeled, "Probably a reflection." The drawer called, "Tunnel Vision plus Hope." He didn't. He let it be exactly what it had been. Company with good timing. That evening, as he climbed into the cab for the night leg, he checked his mirrors the way habit demands glass, blind spot, a glance at the hood line. The desert ahead had already given up its color. Behind him, along the seam of the road where the last light collects and then leaves, two small red points floated at a polite distance. They did not hurry to catch up. They did not lag to fall away. They held, as if the night had assigned someone to follow, and make sure the miles behind him did not erase what the miles ahead might need. He rolled. The road accepted him. The dash made its quiet, friendly glow. He did not turn the CB up. He didn't need to. In the left mirror, at comfortable intervals, he would see the pattern 3, 1, 2, 1. Sometimes the blink belonged to a car passing, and none of this mattered. Sometimes the blink belonged to something that didn't care about names. He felt the small weight of that red lens he had left behind at the overlook as if it were still in his pocket, not heavy enough to notice, not light enough to forget. The word that returned, not on the radio, not in a voice he could swear to, was the one he'd been taught and then taught himself. Maintain. On some nights, the desert gives you a lead to follow. On others, it sends you a pace from behind. Either way, if you let the miles settle and the line do its job, the long, straight arrow through the ink becomes less a dare and more a kind of guardrail written in light. The taillights drifted with him another dozen miles, then another. When they finally separated from his mirror and went their own way, the emptiness that replaced them did not feel like absence. It felt like distance, doing what it does best. Story number 4. The rain in the coastal mountains didn't fall so much as sift, a steady silver that seemed to float sideways between the firs and hemlocks. Priya let the wipers keep their patient tempo and kept her hands light on the wheel, feeling the refrigerated trailer behind her hum with its own quiet purpose. The load was straightforward produce and dry goods, but the route had not been. A slide had taken out a lane 2 valleys back, and the detour signs had the tidy, apologetic look of something printed this afternoon. She'd driven this corridor often enough to know how the night usually smelled here: wet bark, mineral air, a little bit of moss, but tonight there was an edge of something colder in it, like the inside of an old ice house. The CB was on low. Channel 19, a soft murmur. Nothing urgent. A couple of drivers comparing notes on a backlog at the port, and a trooper who'd tucked into the shadows at a mile marker she'd already passed. The road narrowed to 2 lanes and then widened again, a rhythm set by the shape of the ridge. The first sign stood alone, reflective letters catching her lights cleanly. Detour ahead, Kiln Pass Timber Spur. Trucks follow pilot car. She frowned in the soft, reflexive way drivers do when something familiar changes shape. She knew Kiln Pass as a sweep of blacktop that clung to a slope with a decent guardrail and a view of low country during the day. She did not know a timber spur off it. Another sign followed after the next bend. Pilot car staging in 1 mile. Expect delays. She checked the time on the dash and the next delivery window. It would be tight, but tight could be handled. She turned the heat down a notch, not out of discomfort, but to hear the road better. The staging area appeared like a widening of the shoulder into a gravel patch, a low shack with a dark window, a single floodlight shining under an aluminum awning, and cones set with care. No pilot car idled with its amber bar. A sandwich board sign leaned against the shack. Pilot car will return. The arrow beneath pointed toward the trees, and then pointed nowhere at all. She rolled to a stop at the white line painted on the gravel. as if some attentive hand had just laid it down. The world pressed in. Rain ticked on the mirrors. A ribbon of water ran along the edge of the lot and vanished under a culvert with a hollow, regular sound like a breath. "Anybody got an update on the kiln spur pilot?" she asked into the mic, tone casual. A half-chat of responses came back. One driver said he'd come through an hour earlier behind a pickup with a faded orange bar and a big "follow me" on the tailgate. Another said he'd rerouted entirely. He didn't like company roads. A third, older voice on the channel said, "You wait. He shows when he shows. Don't go in alone. One-lane bridges and drop-offs they never fixed." She sat another minute. The dashboard clock ticked its seconds without making a sound. On the far edge of the lot, the trees looked as if they were waiting to be told a story. Headlights crested the little hill beyond the shack and came down like two eyes with patience in them. The vehicle rolled into view, an older pickup with a paint job that had been blue a long time ago, and now was that particular color of weather and time. The amber bar on top did not strobe with the frantic eagerness of newer lights. It rotated steadily, a small lighthouse doing its work. On the tailgate, in big silver letters, a message stood plain: "Pilot car follow me." There was a second line, smaller, stenciled once, and then traced over. Armitage Forest Logistics. She had not seen that name in a while. Armitage had been a local outfit that hauled timber before the mills changed their schedules and their minds. She'd passed their yard on old routes, once bright signs going soft. Equipment parked in a line like people in a photograph who never quite left where they were standing. The pickup eased up to the white line and stopped nose to nose with her rig. The driver was a shape more than a face behind the glass. A brim of a cap, a reflective vest, shoulders easy. No one got out. A slow, courteous hand came up from the driver's window, a palm turning in a gentle circle. "Wait." She waited. The amber bar turned its measured arc. In the trees, there was a sound that was wind and rain, and also a low, steady note water over boards somewhere down the spur. The pickup's hand came up again, and this time made two short motions forward, then a stop sign shape, the universal language of a person who has stood at the mouth of one-lane places and has learned people's attention in two gestures. He set out. She followed. The spur road left the highway at a mild angle, almost shy. It was paved at first, then textured with patches of rough that said it had been repaired with love and thrift. The trees leaned in, not menacing, just present, the way a crowd leans toward a window in a passing parade. The amber light reached ahead and painted the wet needles in soft gold, while her own headlights threw their bright into the middle distance and turned rain into a parade of thin lines. She tried the mic. "Pilot, you got ears?" Static answered with something like the sound of rain on a tin roof. The pickup's brake lights dipped slightly in what her mind cheerfully labeled as a chuckle. Then the truck steadied again. The first curve was wide and patient, the kind that makes a driver breathe differently. After it, a one-lane bridge appeared, the old wooden kind with planks laid side by side, their grain raised by weather into a soft relief. On the near end, a small sign weight and clearance numbers printed with the tidy decimals of an engineer who had been awake too long said 17 miles per hour. 17, not 15, not 20. She smiled despite herself. The pickup rolled onto the bridge, stopped dead center, and raised a paddle sign out the driver's window with a practiced wrist. STOP. The amber bar kept turning. Not fast, not slow. She eased to a standstill and set her foot firm. The air was different here. The sound of water just below gave the space inside the cab a softness like a wool blanket. Somewhere, downstream, a small cascade kept its own time. A different clock from the one on her dash. She waited. On the far side of the bridge, the trees were quiet as a held breath. Wind moved along the river, like a hand smoothing the surface of a tablecloth. She realized, after a moment, that waiting felt like part of the road, rather than a gap in it. The pickup rotated its paddle. Slow. It crept forward, then moved aside just enough for her to see the far end was clear. She rolled on, tires humming on timber, feeling each plank like a note under her feet. She kept to 17 because someone had thought about that number, and she respected that person. After the bridge, the road climbed. The pickup's amber light hit rocks that rose on the left like sleeping animals, their lichen bright in the brief glow, and fell away on the right to something more than a ditch. more a suggestion that the earth kept going without her if she wasn't careful. The rain thickened briefly and came right back to the fine mist that had lived here long before there were roads. At a hairpin, the pickup angled itself to block a sliver of shoulder where the edge had crumbled and put a tire track exactly where she might have aimed in the dark. It wasn't dramatic. It was the kind of quiet favor drivers recognize with a small nod even if no one sees it. A rusted loader sat in a pullout like a creature on a low perch, its bucket down, its paint scrolled with moss. The pickup moved past it, and the light caught a message stenciled on the boom that had survived weather and time. Sound 3, shorts entering, 2 leaving. It was a mill-yard habit, the old song of horns that told anyone within earshot what the road intended to do. She hadn't sounded 3 shorts. The pickup did not seem offended by this. It kept its pace. It led her through the next turn, where a small slide had sprayed gravel across the outside of the curve. The stones were the size that can move under weight if the weight is careless. She wasn't. The CB whispered a half-thought from someone too far away to matter. She thought of the stories drivers swap in late-night diners when the coffee is strong and the edges of memory are soft. The company lane that didn't show on any map because it showed up only when it was needed. The old hands who stopped for rigs they'd never met. The ways roads remember the people who took care of them. The pickup slowed beside a wide spot and angled so its light spread across the area like a lantern held high. It lifted the paddle again, a new message painted on the other side. Check lashings. She set the brake, stepped down, and the rain greeted her as an honest thing. The beam from the pickup made the straps on the trailer stand out like violin strings. On the third strap she touched, her fingertips found a roughness that didn't belong a fray that had been shy enough to hide in daylight. She loosened, rethreaded, and tightened until the strap sang a quiet, even note. It took half a minute. When she climbed back in, the pickup was already moving, as if it had known precisely how long she would be. Another bridge. This one was shorter and lower, and wore its damp like a coat. The pickup stopped again, paddle up. She waited. The river sounded closer. Once, she could have sworn she heard a second horn somewhere in the trees, 2 short notes, unanswered because she hadn't asked. She did not feel silly for thinking it. She filed it under details to remember. The spur made one last climb, and then threaded between 2 old gates, the heavy timber kind that logs used to slide under and rigs used to roll through. Chains hung on either side, their links dark with rain. The pickup eased through a gap that looked too tight to bother with, the chain shifting just enough to tap once against the bumper and then hang still. As her tractor reached it, the chain moved again, a simple clink that could have been wind, could have been something like courtesy. Beyond the gates, the trees stepped back. The road met a slab of real pavement with painted lines that felt extravagant after the wet quiet behind her. The pickup pulled ahead for a dozen yards, then turned into a sliver of median that had no business being a place to turn around, and yet was exactly that. It came back past her on the other side, the amber bar giving her cab a soft, sweeping glow. In the half-light, she saw the driver more clearly. A man with a cap pulled low, a jacket with reflective stripes gone a little gray with age, hands easy on the wheel. He lifted one palm, a small acknowledgement. She lifted hers. The pickup continued, headed back toward the gates, then, in the rear view, was gone, not vanished, simply no longer where she expected, the way a person can step behind a tree and choose a different path than the one being watched. Back on the main road, the signs returned with their modern fonts and their measured, careful advice. The world widened into lanes that felt almost too generous. She let the speed come back in the way one lets a conversation resume after a polite pause. At the next truck stop, a low-slung place with good soup and a penchant for framed photographs of logging days, she parked under a lamp that kept the rain silver instead of gray. Inside, near the restrooms, a wall held a collage of faces and out-of-date calendars and a help-wanted ad for a summer 2 years gone. In the center, a larger frame showed a pickup with an orange bar and a tailgate that wore 3 words in big, cheerful paint: "Follow me." A handwritten caption under it: "Night Escort Harlan Pike. Armitage Forest Logistics. Thank you for the years you kept folks between the ditches." Beside the photo, someone had taped up a newspaper clipping from a small paper with a narrow column of text. It spoke of a bad season, no details, no drama, just a list of days when the road had needed extra care. It listed volunteers and hours and the quiet heroism of lights that turned slowly in the dark. It didn't say what had happened to the company. It didn't need to. She sat at the counter with her soup and watched two other drivers trace routes on a map with fingers as if drawing across skin. When she told them she'd come through the kiln spur behind a pilot car, the older one nodded like he'd been waiting to hear it. "If you see that orange bar out there, you go where it points," he said. He's picky about numbers. 17 means 17. He'll make you stop for 2 minutes you don't think you've got, and you'll be glad you did. The younger driver asked, "He? On 19? Sometimes he is," the older one said, stirring his coffee. "Sometimes he's just there." On her way back out into the rain, the air smelled the same as when she'd arrived and somehow better. She climbed into the cab and sat with her hands on the wheel, a second longer than habit required. Then, feeling a feeling she could have called silly if she needed to, she tapped the horn 3 short times, polite as a person knocking on a friend's door. In the trees beyond the lot, the rain shuffled leaves. Then 2 short notes answered, not loud, not close, the way sound travels in. Would when the air is damp and the world is listening. Months later, a different storm would come through with a sharper edge, the kind that puts rivers into ditches and makes shoulders look like toy roads. The official detour would be poorly placed. Drivers would share locations like lifelines. Priya would find herself near the same timber spur with the sense that she should wait instead of improvising. Headlights would arrive. The amber bar would turn once, then again, its arc steady as a heartbeat. The pickup would lead, and at a place where ice had found an unwise angle, it would wave her down and hold her with a patience that felt like someone putting a hand on a rushing thought and asking it to sit. Across the bridge, she would go, at 17, and on the far side, for no reason she could explain to anyone but for every reason she had, she would roll her window down, breathe the cold, green air and say, to the wet world that did not need her voice to understand, "Thanks." That night when she stopped, she would notice a small thing. The inside of her driver's door would carry 3 faint chalk lines near the handle, as if someone with work-stained fingers had touched it and then thought better of leaving a mark. She would wipe them with her sleeve, and they would fade without entirely disappearing, like the memory of a road taken on a night when someone else's careful habits made the world feel a little safer. Story number 5. The interstate through the prairie had the quiet confidence of a river at night, broad, steady, with long bends that never felt like surprises. Malik let the rig hum along the right lane, the dashboard's soft glow held to a comfortable dim. A paper cup from a truck stop sat in the holder by his knee, gone lukewarm. Cinnamon floating over the smell of diesel that lives in a cab no matter how tidy a driver keeps it. He liked this hour, the hour when the land became a smooth idea, and the sky above it turned into an enormous ceiling of ink pricked with cold light. Fence lines unspooled to either side, like respiring lines on a sleeping chest. Somewhere far off, a silo wore a single orange bulb at its peak, blinking a patient hello to no one. He had been aiming to push another 90 miles before stopping, but the wind carried a taste of rain that wasn't on the hour by hour. He could feel the reefer unit behind him adjust its own voice to the cooler air, the pitch shifting as if the trailer were clearing its throat to sing a lower note. Channel 19 drifted in and out, friendly weather reports from other drivers, a mention of a trooper using the median as an office, jokes that were mostly gentle. Then a green sign moved forward out of the dark as if a hand had slid it closer. Rest area 2 miles. Under it, in newer, smaller letters, a second line. Night reading room open. He frowned without ever really worrying. He didn't remember any reading room on this stretch. Rest areas stood in memory as bathrooms and dog-walking loops, and a row of vending machines that offer snacks, and a chance to watch the American night go about its business. The idea of a reading room felt like something from a different kind of road. 2 miles later, the exit lane grew like a tongue of blacktop sighing off to the right. He took it because curiosity is a thing drivers carry in the cab next to caution. The rest area was modest, not the big multi-lane kind meant for busy summer traffic, just a nest of parking bays under soft sodium lamps that made the rain look like floating dust when it drifted down through the light. A low building sat at the center, wide windows glowing with a light that was warmer than fluorescent and cleaner than the blue of LEDs. A small door to the right of the main entrance had a sign above it. Driver Exchange Reading Room. End of ever. He set the brake and let the engine idle for a moment. At this hour, parking lots feel like rooms. The closest cars were dark and unoccupied. The vending shed wore a humming that said it was where it belonged. The rain had not committed to being anything more than a suggestion. Inside, the reading room looked like it had been designed by someone who remembered that hands get cold and backs get sore. There was a long table of pale wood, scuffed in the places where elbows always live, and a row of mismatched chairs that had nonetheless learned how to be friends, one with a green cushion, one without any cushion at all, one that had the sturdy humility of an old library, on a shelf set under a sign that said, "Leave something helpful. Take what you need." There were spiral-bound atlases, local maps printed on paper with the texture of an old brochure, 2 language guides someone had probably left because a friend needed them once and then forgot, and a neat stack of index cards linked with a ring. The cards were filled with handwriting. Some careful, some hurried. One asked a question about the best taqueria near mile 142. Another offered the name of a tire shop that didn't mind showing you what they were doing. Many were little warnings and little thanks. On the table lay a 3-inch binder with clear sleeves and a title slipped inside the front. Night Shelf. Someone had drawn a small moon next to it. Thick black ink. A smile suggested only by the curve of the line. Malik rested his hand on the cover, and the plastic felt warmer than he expected. He opened to the first page expecting rules, and found just a short note in measured, tidy cursive. 2 requests for night travelers. 1. Leave a signal for the next driver. 2. Receive the one left for you. Close the binder gently. Do not pocket the page. People can be kind without knowing each other's names. He flipped through. A page for each day, it seemed, though days had their own idea of how to arrange themselves. Notes stacked like small bricks, mile markers, times of night, a trooper's favored hiding place, a low spot where fog gathered in a bowl, a cat living near the dumpster who preferred roast beef to turkey, a farmer's dog who did not understand fences. The handwriting varied and yet didn't. Even the messiest scripts had that in common with the tidier ones. They cared enough to be legible. He smiled at the thought of strangers' attentiveness, stacking up into something that felt like a room with a door he could close after himself, and trust to be there when he returned. Halfway through the night's page, a smaller index card had been tucked in, its top edge peeking out. The paper had flecks in it. He lifted it and felt the weight of a heavier stock. On it, 3 lines, written with a pencil that had a soft touch. Check 4th strap, left rear. It wants to be retightened. At mile 117, hold back for the song on the radio that mentions a lonely avenue. Proceed when verses are done. Do not take County L at 129. Low fog on the flats. Take 131 and stay in the center lane. Under those words, in smaller print, the card carried a name, written in pencil and then traced over once as if someone had hesitated, and then decided to be clear. Malik. The reading room didn't move. The vending machines in the next room hummed exactly as they had. Somewhere in the main lobby, a dryer roared to life and then sighed to silence. The hand that had written his name had chosen a confident loop of AK. Malik let his breath go out and then come back in. Slow. He could explain it. His name might have been left there by coincidence. A guess common enough on this stretch. Maybe someone who knew his route had decided to play a trick. Maybe he most likely was just tired, and the shape of the letters was telling his mind what it wanted to see under the steady light of a safe room. He could explain it, or he could check the 4th strap and take 131, which would cost him nothing and gain him nothing except a feeling of not second-guessing himself later. He closed the binder gently. The plastic cover flattened with a sigh. As he turned, a chair at the far end of the table made the sound chairs make when weight leaves them. A faint knock against wood. He glanced, expecting someone who might ask if he'd seen the card about mile 90's construction barrels. No one was there. He thought of radiator noises. He thought of old buildings adjusting themselves the way living things do. In the rain-washed dark outside, the reefer ticked. The strap at the left rear had a polite look. The ratchet handle laid carefully down, as if it had been put to bed. When he put his hand on it and tried it, the mechanism moved only a notch, less than a thumb width, but enough. The strap made a small sound as it dug in and settled into its duty. Back on the interstate, the world returned to doing what the world does at night. Mile marker numbers at the edge of the vision. The modest white joy of a rabbit at the shoulder, deciding everything was fine. A stand of wind turbines on a distant ridge making a slow, synchronized, blinking red lights, talking to red lights across the darkness. The radio dial sat at the border where stations fade in and out, conversation and music riding the same low tide. He forgot about the card for several minutes. The road had a way of reasserting itself. Then, without ramping up, a song bloomed out of nowhere. Not loud. Not crisp. An old soul tune, recorded before the edges had been sanded off music. The singer was unembarrassed by longing, and said the word avenue like it had a door you could knock on. Malik's mouth tilted. He'd heard it before, on jukeboxes that projected their own light through glass. 117. The numbers slid by. 118. 117. And he let his foot ease, not braking as much as refusing to rush. A small sedan was somewhere up ahead, its taillights modest. He let the song finish its verses. In the stretch of seconds between the last line and the first bar of the fade, a pair of maintenance trucks rolled onto the highway from a cut in the fence, their amber strobes waking up with an apologetic flurry, as if late to their own entrance. The sedan had space. Malik had more. No one panicked, and no one needed to. The song dissolved into static, and then into a man in a booth in a town he did not know, saying the name of a county fair. He did not laugh. He felt a small, reliable thing unfurl just behind his breastbone, the thing that uncoils when a hunch and a habit and a kindness line up and make a minute safer. Approaching 129, the sign for County L leaned like a person considering a question. The exit lane itself dipped under the overpass to a low place that had looked innocent in dry months. Beyond it, he could see the highway stretching out, light skimming its surface. The flats out there held valleys of air that could trap mist in a way cameras would struggle to catch. He took 131 instead because someone had written it in pencil, and because the center lane on the long curve up ahead felt like an adult decision. Fog pooled to his right, the heavy, patient kind that behaves like water, filling what is low and leaving what is high to breathe. The outer lanes cushioned into it like fingers into cool flour. Cars with braver habits tested it, and then thought better of it. He thought of the binder and refused to assign it anger or saintliness. He thought of a room someone had decided to keep at a certain temperature, with chairs that had been chosen because they wouldn't fight a person's back, with words left behind because people wanted strangers to have better nights. Channel 19 on low. He lifted his hand to the mic and then let it fall. He didn't want to say the word weird. He wanted this to live in the column of experiences, labeled something like, "Keep your ears open. Remember to be useful." A few miles later, a tanker with a white stripe rolled onto the interstate ahead of him with a shy signal. Malik gave him space. The tanker's driver keyed up without ceremony. "Southbound, you got a left top marker out," the voice said. Not sharp, just a friendly check-in. Malik clicked and thanked him, and filed the note under tomorrow's list. The small line on the index card let the tanker in felt less like prediction than the kind of thing two people at a long table would whisper into each other's memory if they were trying to populate a safe night together. The prairie kept its end of the bargain. The wind talked but didn't brag. Rain came, and then thought better of it. He passed a little town sleeping behind its own quiet rules, porch lights deciding against it, a gas station sign working its way through numbers. It would change in the morning by flipping plastic. At a rest turnout down the line, he pulled in not because he was tired, but because the habit of doing the ask thing had taken root. He drank cold water and sat still long enough to listen to crickets trying the air, and then giving up to let the highway write its own music. When he returned to the cab, a folded sheet of paper tucked under his windshield wiper made him stop. That old anxiety tickets and warnings, and the indignity of having missed a sign pricked him, small and immediate. But no official tone waited there. He slid the paper free and unfolded it with 2 fingers. It was a photocopy of a page from a spiral notebook, lines faint and blue, a drawing of a moon scrawled in the corner to claim kinship with the binder's icon. The words were simple, more suggestions than instructions. If you stop at Bell Cross, roll your window down and let the cedar smell in. It helps. Wait 2 minutes and watch your mirror. At mile 141, the center seam is rough for a quarter mile. Keep loosened shoulders. If a dog with a red bandana appears at the edge of a parking lot around 3, He prefers a gentle voice to treats. If you don't have time, a wave is fine. No signature, but a small scribble at the bottom. Leave something helpful. Take what you need. He waited 2 minutes at Bell Cross. And in that little window, a deer eased out of the trees behind him and reconsidered the asphalt as a place that belonged to anyone at all. The cedar smell came and went like a small memory. The seam at 141 made his hands feel their knuckles for a breath, and then forgot it. The dog with the red bandana belonged to the next day. He never saw him, but the idea of him occupied a square inch in his mind like a paperweight. When the horizon finally uncoupled itself from the sky and revealed its own shape, he made his delivery, smiled at a man whose forklift could dance, and turned his headlights off without missing them. That night, on his way back along a different leg of the route, he exited again where the reading room had been, mostly because part of him expected not to find it at all and wanted to resolve the question. The rest area sat under the same patient lamps. The grass along the dog walk loop wore beads of water. The light turned into a collection of tiny moons. The building's windows, however, were dark. A temporary fence had made a square, polite enclosure out front. A new sign hung by 2 zip ties, printed in a font that tried to overcompensate for disappointment. Facility closed for renovation. Please use next area. That seemed fair. Buildings need attention. On a bench that had not been there before, a plaque rested in a small rectangle of light. Bernadette Birdie Caldwell, volunteer. Keeper of the shelf. Leave something helpful. Take what you need. The metal had not yet had time to dull. The bench was the good kind that invites a person to sit without asking them to decide for more than 2 seconds. He didn't sit. He stood and read the words one more time. The way we read things that feel useful. Because they are. Through the dark glass door of the room where the light had been warm hours ago, he thought he could see shapes, chairs, and the long table, and maybe the front of the binder like a pale square on wood. Or maybe he was seeing whatever he wanted to see, which had its own validity in the middle of a week that had been kind and tiring. Back in the cab, his own spiral notebook lay open where he had left it, a line halfway down the page about a turn lane that disappeared in a place it ought to have existed. A new sentence had been added in his absence. The handwriting was his, except he hadn't written it. Or maybe he had without meaning to. He didn't test the question too hard. Mile 153, the crosswind near the bridge leans left. Let it lean. You can lean less. He drove on, and the bridge leaned, and he leaned less, and the rig behaved like a friend. Later, a week, then a month, the notes kept arriving in the reading room when it happened to be there, or in the form of a card tucked under the wiper, or as a word he knew he had not just thought up. He began leaving his own small messages. Nothing brave, just the sort of lines that take 10 seconds to write and buy someone else half a minute. He did not leave his name when he didn't need to. Now and then, he would come across a card addressed to someone by name, the way his had been, and he learned to accept it. The world manages correspondences of its own, when it wants to. Only once did the night nudge him harder than he liked. On a route southbound, with the wind performing louder than necessary, the CB crackled and then died into a dark quiet that made the cab feel bigger. He reached for the switch, and in the glass of the windshield a reflection appeared, where it shouldn't, a rectangle of pale light in the corner, like a page held up to catch what a lamp could offer. Words brightened and faded, not with drama, not with the urgency of a movie, just with the pulse of the engine and the rhythm of the tires. He did not read them all. He read enough to take the next exit one earlier than his habit. On the shoulder of the older alignment, a maintenance crew had staged, where he might have met them fast if he'd done as his muscles wanted. He slept fine that morning. He dreamed nothing special. The road the next night had new questions and the same answers. Go slower than you think you're allowed to, and faster than fear wants. Check the lines that keep you attached to the load and to the world. Breathe the world in when there is cedar to breathe, and breathe it out when it is just wet air. Wave to the dog, even if he is imaginary. Years later, a driver new to the interstate would slide into a seat at a counter near Malik and mention the reading room. I don't know how to explain it, the young driver would say, not embarrassed, more delighted than he had expected to be. It felt like the road left a note for me. And Malik, older now but not so old, he had forgotten what the night can carry without telling you, would shrug and sip his coffee, and tell him what he had learned to say when people asked. Leave something helpful. Take what you need. The rest will travel by itself. Story number 6. Out on the high plains where the grass learns to bow even in its sleep, the night can feel both endless and exact. Harper liked that about it. The line of highway between two lonely junctions, one with a diner that smelled like cinnamon, even in July, one with a gas pump that clicked off at the right moment, as if it knew what a driver could afford, stretched straight as a measuring tape across land that had learned patience. The cab carried the steady thrum of her engine, and the gentle, dependable whisper of a refrigerated trailer doing its job. Coffee had cooled to a drinkable warmth. A small charm, a braided bit of orange surveyor's tape a friend had tied around the base of the shifter, moved in time with the road. The forecast had been the kind you want. Clear, a soft south wind, stars. But the air at midnight had a crispness to it that made her think of a storm that had changed its mind. Far to the north, a low pulse flickered along the horizon, the red eyes of a wind farm blinking in unison like a giant taking a slow breath. She'd seen them before. A whole ridge of synchronized lights speaking a code that wasn't a code, cut to the pace of aviation rules and timers set by people who believed in order. 19 on the CB was quiet, a couple of voices checking fuel prices, a handoff between two friends at different ends of the same delivery. She kept the volume set to a level where the human voices felt like company rather than competition. A sign slid up out of the dark with the tidy authority of new reflective paint. High wind area, next 24 miles. Next to it, a smaller, newer sign had been posted on fresh posts. A dry warning phrased like a kind suggestion, gust fronts possible watch for dust. She understood what that meant. Out here, conditions could change the way an idea does, sudden, complete, and with momentum. The wind rose as if someone had turned a dial rather than opened a door. It wasn't wild, it was organized. The trailer leaned and then corrected. A big animal remembering how to carry its weight. Harper let her grip soften and settle. Hands that hold too tight don't ask the road for answers. They insist on guesses, and she'd been taught better. The red lights on the ridge blinked, paused, blinked. She kept her eyes on the lane, but noticed the timing the way you notice a song under your breath. Then, a mile later, she noticed something else. The ridge lights were no longer blinking exactly together. A wave moved through them, diagonal, like a curtain ripple when someone passes a hand along the top. The easternmost row held their dark for an extra beat. Then a line to the west followed, then another, stepping across the horizon one light after another in a sweep that looked intentional. She glanced at her clock. The seconds hand slid, unbothered. She looked back, and the wave came again. Slower, deliberate. The hair along her forearms prickled in a way that had nothing to do with cold. Her first thought was a malfunction, some control box up the line deciding to sing a solo. Her second thought was an image from her childhood, a row of people on a bleacher standing and sitting in sequence to make a wave go around a stadium. The lights did it again, from west to east this time, a slow breath across the ridge. Anybody else seeing the turbines do the stadium trick? She asked on 19, her tone making a joke of it so it wouldn't become anything else. Lights got out of sync last month after a thunderhead rolled through. Someone offered. They'll dance a little until they figure it out. Or until Jim up in the shack taps the box, another voice said, amused. He says it's like herding cats. And the lights answered for themselves. The wave now marched, unmistakably, toward a gap between two groups of turbines where the land dropped in a shallow crease. Harper knew the crease. Maintenance road there, service gate, a left turn that no one took unless they had a badge and a key, or a story they were willing to tell a trooper with a friendly face. Another sign, a big one, came into view. Detour. Ahead bridge work. At mile 214. Expect lane closure. She remembered penciling it into her spiral notebook in a truck stop a week ago. A note tagged with a star because work had been running behind, and the schedule had been messy. Construction crews did their best. Roads showed you their bones, and you learned to read them like you would read a person's expression when they were working through a problem. As she approached 214, the wind gained a new voice, a lower note, as if a river were running in the sky. Dust sent out advance scouts, tumbleweeds spinning by in energetic little ballets, and then a longer, thicker ribbon of tan began to snake across the highway, Not yet a wall, not yet a curtain, just a gesture with ambition. Up ahead, two arrow boards flashed their firm choreography. Left lane closed. Cones lined up like polite soldiers. A pair of work trucks sat beyond the merge. Hazard lights pacing. No people on the ground. The site looked asleep, or maybe waiting. The ridge lights did their wave again, and this time Harper realized the pattern had narrowed to a row that traced an invisible path from the hill down to a wide gravel lot tucked into the side of the highway just before the bridge. She'd never noticed the lot, which was odd drivers notice unclaimed space. But there it was, a pale rectangle that the night and dust had hidden until the red thread connected the ridge to it. The CB coughed, went 2 shades deeper into static, then cleared just enough to carry a voice she did not recognize, a woman, calm and matter-of-fact, as if suggesting a small correction to a recipe. "Harper," the voice said, using her name as if it had been invited. "Use the pullout at 213. Wait 2 minutes. Then cross at 40. Harper stared at the radio as if it were a person who had said something surprising at a dinner table. The voice didn't repeat itself. The ridge answered by blinking 3 lights in a row along the crest to the west, then 3 along the east, then 3 hugging the invisible line that pointed, again, at the gravel lot below, a little choreography of suggestion. She decided to do the thing that cost nothing, use the lot. At the marker for 213, the gravel opened like a door. She signaled because signaling was habit and courtesy. The rig eased onto the pale stone. Dust feathered up and then settled. She set the brake. The engine idle filled the cab like a cat's low purr. The hands of the dash clock met at 12 and 4 and started to drift apart. 1 minute. 90 seconds. The wind's note shifted. Someone had opened the lower stop on an organ. Then the front edge of the gust front arrived. Not a movie wall, but a dense, pushing hand. The cones along the left lane leaned, some falling, bumping into each other, like people meeting shoulders in a crowded station. The amber arrow boards bowed and then stood up again. A silver sedan that had been running too light, too fast, hit the first push and wove, corrected, then found a spot behind a work truck and decided to rest there without being told. 2 pickup trucks with ranch stickers did it better. They had learned to lean. Dust thickened across the bridge enough to turn the air to paper. The gravel lot sat in a small eddy, protected by the way the land curled there. At the end of the second minute, a break came as cleanly as if someone had counted the thing down behind a curtain. The world did not become calm, but it became less ambitious. The ridge lights blinked once, twice, then settled into their steady FAA rhythm. The voice on 19 returned. Ordinary again. A man telling a joke about a cattle guard and an accountant that wasn't very good. Harper pulled back onto the road. The bridge area had been swept of its cones by a careless hand called wind. She rolled at 40, not because she had to, but because being told a thing sometimes felt right. The dust brushed past like a tired dog. On the far side, the lights on the construction trucks gave a few apologetic flickers, more noise than communication. She checked the mirrors. The gravel lot was empty, as if it had only been a suggestion. The ridge lights blinked together and had nothing more to add. She wanted to chalk it up to experience, to tell herself later that she'd read the signs and reacted, and that was that. But the use of her name had weight. She did not key the mic. There are moments when asking the room what it heard threatens to tangle whatever thread led you out of the room in the first place. The wind calmed by degrees. The world widened and flattened again. The way it does when a thing with edges finally gives up its outline tonight. In the middle of a nowhere intersection, a county road meeting another at a polite cross, the silhouettes of 3 wind turbines stood nearer to the highway than the rest, their bases ringed by gravel, a chain across the service road. A small cinder-block hut sat beside the fence with 2 windows, one broken and boarded, one whole and reflecting stars. A hand-painted sign on the chain read, Site 9B, Authorized Vehicles Only. She pulled into the next turnout and set the brake with more ceremony than necessary. She stepped down and let the air speak around her. The sky felt taller after the dust passed. Grass hissed with a sound like silk rubbed between fingers. From the hut near Site 9B came a light faint, like the kind of shop light a person would hang above a workbench when they didn't want to wake anyone. It could have been a reflection. It could have been a machine checked into the habit of being helpful. She didn't get closer. She stood where she was and watched one of the turbine blades cut the air in slow, soothing arcs. After 3 revolutions, the light in the window blinked red once, then white, then red again. Not a warning, more like an acknowledgement. Back on the move, she let the radio drift until it found a voice reading a weather spot from a place name she didn't recognize. The person on the air said the word microburst, the way someone might say cupboard an object in a house. Nothing to fear, just to know. She made her delivery in daylight, the dock under an honest blue sky that had decided to behave. The receiver on the forklift had a vinyl jacket someone had sharpied with a constellation of tiny stars. He moved the pallets with a grace that didn't need to be commented on. When he signed the manifest, he said, "You came through the turbines last night? They're pretty when the air gets metallic like that." "They were busy," she said. "Busy enough to help." He smiled and lifted one shoulder the way people do when they're not ready to agree but are too polite to disagree. "We had a scare with those lights a few years ago," he said. "Controller went off and a small plane got confused. Since then, folks out there take it personal." He tipped his head toward the north. "There's a lady runs night maintenance sometimes. Mara Langen. Used to be tower watch in fire season before they went to cameras. If she's on, those lights might dance to get you to a safer patch if you let them." Harper folded the detail into the place where she keeps the good ones. On her way back, when afternoon softened into evening and the land put its warm smells into the air, alfalfa and sun in the grass, she made a small detour down a public gravel road that ran parallel to the wind farm fence. A sign stood there that she'd never noticed from the highway, though maybe it had always been present and she'd been busy with other thoughts. It was a plain board set on 2 posts, letters routed by a careful hand and then painted with paint that had begun to chalk under the Sunday Langen Aviation Lighting Service access. Under it, in smaller letters, a sentence that felt like someone telling the wind how to behave. "If lights do not signal, proceed with caution. If they do, proceed with gratitude." She did not see anyone. She did not need to. The sign put a name where there had only been a red blink and a voice with a steady tone. At a truck stop 2 towns later, a photocopied flyer hung near a coffee urn. "Severe Weather Awareness Week, know your gust fronts." In the lower corner, a black and white picture showed a wind farm with a line of pickups parked near the fence, and a caption that read, "Community volunteers, check light sync after storm cells." The date on the photo was from a spring 2 years earlier. Harper ran a finger along the bottom of the page like that might make the ink settle more firmly into the paper. That night, she took the same stretch again, not because she needed to, but because sometimes the easiest way to make sense of something is to visit it from the other side. The ridge blinked in the familiar rhythm. "No waves, no diagonal, no marching path." She smiled, not disappointed. She didn't need to be met halfway every time. She was content with having been nudged across a difficult minute. Then, as if remembering something, 3 lights near the center of the ridge paused for a beat, blinked twice, then returned to form. It could have been nothing. It could have been a hiccup in a system that sometimes forgot to obey itself. She lifted a hand off the wheel in that small gesture drivers make when they see another pair of headlights in the night and want to say something that is bigger than a horn and softer than a word. Weeks turned to different roads and other lessons. Storms elsewhere carried their own smells and rhythms. But on nights when the CB had more empty breath than talk, when fence lines played their geometry under a sky with room for every thought she didn't want to keep in her head, she would remember the diagonal wave of red across the ridge, and the voice that knew her name and asked for 2 minutes and a careful 40. She would stop at pullouts that looked like gifts, and then go on at a pace that kept the band in tune. Once or twice, when it was safe and the wind had kept itself to manners, she would pull along a service road, and the small cinder-block hut would show a square of pale light, and she would imagine a person with a thermos and a pencil checking boxes on a list that included things that were measurable and one thing that wasn't. People making it to the other side of a bridge with stories they could sleep with. On a late autumn run, she found a new plaque at the edge of a rest turnout that looked east toward the turbines. It was small, brass, fixed to a low stone that had been there long before anyone decided to put words on it. Mara Langen, it said. Aviation lighting night shift. Kept the line visible. If the lights help, let them. The date below had 2 years that were very close together. No more details. It didn't need them. The wind moved the dry grass with the care of someone turning pages they love. The ridge blinked once, clean and in time, and then waited for whatever crossed the sky to see it. Harper drove on with the door of her cab sealed against the night, and her window cracked just enough to let the story slip out if it needed to become lighter. Now and then, when dust changed its mind and wind tried to talk itself into something bigger, she watched the ridge with attention. If the red thread ran and pointed, she would follow it to a little square of gravel where time had learned how to do something rare. Not stretch out, not vanish, but hold still just long enough for 2 minutes to be the difference between nearly and fine. Story number 7. The mountain road had learned winter the hard way, and it kept those lessons in its bones. June eased her rig toward the pass, as the first flakes came heavier than the forecast had promised. In the mirrors, the world shrank to a soft tunnel of white. The dash wore its calm glow. A thermos of peppermint tea breathed a little steam into the cool cab, and a wooden token carved with a tiny bell lay near the shifter, where she kept small things that had to do with luck. Chain control signs flashed their gentle insistence. She pulled into the turnout with other rigs, each driver moving with the careful choreography of people who'd done this before, knees touching cold ground, straps threaded, links deciding whether to cooperate right away or after a word or two. Snow changed its mind from flurry to a steady fall with an almost cheerful determination. June's fingers found their rhythm. The chains sang a muted metal note as they settled. Back in the cab, she paused, palms open over the wheel, listening to the new sound of the road coming up through everything the rattle-soft beat chains make when they're exactly right. The CB sat on 17 for the mountain, 19 as a backdrop. Tonight, 17 had been quiet. No official voice yet. No maintenance crew chatter. Just the static that sounds like a hand rubbed over wool. The sign past the turnoff said the avalanche danger was moderate, the kind of word that means respect without panic. Beyond it, the trees grew close and then opened again. The road shouldered into the slope with the modesty of a thing doing its job. In snow like this, the world becomes a set of proximities posts set at angles, the shadow of a cut bank, the cat's eye reflectors in the center line blooming and fading under the headlamps like sequins in a dim room. The air took on a presence of its own. She let the rig find its slow, patient gear. The trailer behind her did the big, faithful animal thing it does when it agrees with the driver. A blue glow arrived where the curves muted into each other, not the red-blue of a trooper or the amber of a crew truck, but a low, diffuse halo the color of old ice. It moved ahead in the murk, and then held, steady as a breath. June's mind offered the word, plow. But the glow was wrong for the modern light bars, which preferred harsh certainty to this quiet wash. Northbound tractor, plate ending 6-2, a voice said on 17, clear and unhurried, as if this kind of night was a room the speaker knew well. Hold it at 2-8. Keep right of the stakes. I'll sweep the shed. June's eyes dipped to the registration sticker on her windshield, as if it might confirm something. The last two of her plate. 62. She didn't key the mic. Something in the voice asked to be obeyed without discussion. It was not stern. It was the tone of a person who understands a ridge like a teacher understands a classroom. She let the speed settle to 28 without negotiating with herself. The glow ahead brightened, not by much, just enough to make the snow between them look like a bench of soft marble. At the next bend, the avalanche shed rose out of the white like a blunt animal sleeping across the road. The planked roof wore a new dollop of snow. The mouth of the shed was a dark box. The blue glow compressed itself into that darkness and disappeared inside, as if a lantern had been carried under a blanket. June eased up, hands quiet, tires chattering through the slush as they found their purchase. Hold, the voice said, a half-breath later. No numbers now, no markers, just the word, with the weight of an open hand. She held. The world outside the shed, mouth dimmed and then shuttered. A soft cough of sound through snow. A small, heavy whomp carried down the tunnel. Not an avalanche, not a grand event. Just the ridge giving up a small piece of itself to gravity and learning, again, that letting go is sometimes kinder than holding on. The air changed the way it does when a nearby door has been opened and shut. Snow fell in soft sheets beyond the far opening, then lifted its curtain, pleased with its own drama. 2 minutes, the voice said, and June watched the second-hand journey twice around the dash clock while her tea sent up little invitations and her breathing found the tick that matched the chain's hum. It was not unpleasant. This felt like a waiting that belonged to the road instead of a delay forced on it. At 1 minute, she could have sworn she heard a bell small and clear, Not near, not far. The kind of sound you hear once, and then decide not to argue with. Bring it, the voice said. Keep right of the center, cats. We'll take the windbreak. She drove through the shed, lights brushing the concrete panels, catching the ghost of graffiti that someone had tried to clean years ago. Initials, a heart, a date. Beyond, the snow narrowed again to a tunnel. The blue radiance took shape just beyond what her headlamps could claim a suggestion of a plow's square shoulder, a baffle, a wing. The spray that should have feathered off the side didn't. Exactly. Instead, the snow seemed to fold at an angle and lie down, as if soothed. She did not try to catch up. The glow stayed just far enough ahead that it felt like a promise rather than a product. When the road dogleg left past the windbreak, a row of timber posts with slats that had taught countless storms where to lay their burdens, the glow hugged the posts. June followed. A gust shouldered the side of the trailer. She leaned with it the small amount a person can without moving from their seat, and the trailer decided to do the same. Mile 94, the inside of the cut's a bit hungry, the voice said. Hold the lane central. A pickup tried the shoulder. Not his night for angles. The cut appeared, a dark mouth hewn from rock and lined with snow like the edges of cake. Hazard lights blinked on the far edge, shy and steady. The pickup was far enough out of the lane to be safe, and far enough in to be everyone's business. June couldn't have stopped even if she'd wanted to, not here. Not with the grade and the weight and the slick, gentlemanly refusal of chains to play hero. She toggled hazards for 3 blinks, and spoke into the mic with careful clarity, giving the mile and the news without judgment. Somebody down valley said they had a tow 20 minutes out. Behind her, the road was a pocket notebook passing from hand to hand. Everyone scribbled their little bits where they fit. Next is the flume, the voice said, almost conversational now. Go easy. She likes to put a slush crown on that bend. June had never heard anyone call that curve the flume. But yes, water ran under the road there in other seasons, and now snowmelt would be doing a more secret version of that work. She pictured the corner in daylight, a guardrail with a nice view of trees. Tonight it was a white idea with a silver suggestion. The rig drifted into it at the correct small angle drivers learn and then teach themselves over and over. The crown put up a case for resistance. She answered with patience and a whisper of throttle. The blue glow dimmed as if satisfied, and then brightened again near the outer edge of the next turn. For a heartbeat, she saw it more than felt it. The shape of an old single-axle plow. The kind you see in faded photos. Rounded fenders. A squared-off blade. A paint job that had once been some cheerful county blue, now edged with the kind of wear that tells you a machine has done honest work. The halo softened the details and left the impression. There was something painted on the door. Maybe a flower or a symbol. Then it was back to being light without form. After the next bend, tuck in, the voice said. Let the leeward do what leeward does. She eased the rig into a gentle pocket the curve offered. A little dish where wind had less to say. Snow pressed across the highway with the patient insistence of a conversation that wants to be the only one in the room. It wasn't personal. It was just weather doing its job to the fullest extent of its enthusiasm. She breathed in through her nose, out through her mouth, the way a trainer had taught her during her first winter on a different mountain. The wooden bell token near the shifter slid a hair and settled. Once, she thought she saw the blue light reflect off a glass lens mounted high on something metal, as if a little spinner were out front catching its own cues. The air carried the faintest of chime again, there and gone. At mile marker 90, the snow thinned for 6 breaths, and the world made more sense. The shoulder posts carried shadows again, instead of simply being dark on dark. A maintenance turnout opened and closed. A sign seen only in snowstorms, white on black, rose, chains checked beyond. In the near distance, a set of gates stood ready to close the road if someone decided it should rest. The glow slowed. The voice softened. You'll do. I'm turning at the gate. Watch the ridgemouth at 88. A drift likes to pretend it's the lane. If you can, call in the pickup at 94 one more time so they know he had hazard lights and no one spooked. 2 more minutes steady. Then it's the other side of the thought. Copy, June said, the first word she'd given to the air since the shed, and even in the single syllable she heard her own gratitude. Appreciate the watch. The blue light tipped to the side with a motion that could have been a nod. Then it moved into the gate area and was gone. the way a sound disappears into insulation. The air felt a degree emptier around her. 2 minutes later, she met the drift. And because she had been warned, she saw its mischief half a wheel width sooner than she would have, and refused to give it the satisfaction of a flinch. The road dropped its shoulder. The leeward side offered less argument. The storm, either losing interest or deciding it had made its point, took its foot off the gas. At the chain check, a maintenance man stood under a shelter in a halo of sodium vapor, and looked like every maintenance person in every winter since someone decided pavement should climb. He lifted a hand in a quick, approving wave, as if she had passed an exam he wished everyone would take. She eased into the bay, listened to the changing pitch of the chains, checked the tension because ritual is not superstition when it works. Back in the cab, the peppermint had cooled to almost nothing. She took a sip anyway. The yard sat just past the next bend. She pulled in because her hands asked for a minute, and because the presence of a building that belongs to the road gives the mind a place to set itself down. Inside, a wall held black and white photographs. Snow shoulder, high next to narrow lanes. Men and women in thick coats standing with their cheeks bright from cold, all of them leaning in toward a machine, as if it were a friend who had said something funny. In one frame, a plow wore a paint. The picture could not translate into color, but your mind insisted was blue. The door had a bell painted on it, just a curve and a clapper, simple. Beneath, a brass plate bore a name. Ellen Vale, Bluebell. Night Plow, District 6. 1,978. 1,998. You came through just now? A woman at a desk asked, thumbing through a binder with the relation to binders that people who run roads have. Northbound? June nodded. Had help, she said, and felt a little foolish for saying it out loud until the woman's mouth tilted like someone who had heard similar reports without needing any storytelling flourish. Storms with a north bend, sometimes, the woman said. In the old days, Bluebell had a bell on her dash. She'd ring it once entering a shed, twice leaving. Habit. Said the mountain liked manners. The woman looked past June at the snow gloving the yard light. Even after she retired, we'd swear we heard it on nights like this, around the sheds. Only ever the clear one. Never anything ugly. Just that little chime reminding folks to be courteous to physics. Ellen Vale, June read. She here long? Came back most winters even after they told her she ought to rest, the woman said. Sat in the shack with the new hands and taught them the old names for things. Nobody calls that corner the flume anymore except people who learned from her. She had a way of making the mountain sound like a polite neighbor. You bring it something, it gives you something back. The woman pushed a hand toward a corkboard where the day's notes were pinned. We haven't got any units on the north line since midnight. Too busy with the south. You got through because you know how to drive. If anything else reached out, that's between you and the ridge. June stood for another minute in the warm air, her gloves hooked in a back pocket. Listening to the quiet a building like this keeps a murmur of radio. A pipe. Knocking somewhere, a door opening and closing with the courage of a plan. As she stepped back into the cold, a small bell mounted over the door made a clean, winter-bright sound as the air shifted. It could have been coincidence. She let it be both what it was and what it might have been. On the other side of the pass, the sky fell into a darker blue. The snow lost ambition and settled to a polite drift. She dropped off the chains, stacked them with hands that had learned their own choreography. The road widened its shoulders and returned to being a thing anyone would recognize. She reached the small town on the far side, delivered her load to a store that always smelled like oranges, and let the pallet jack hum feel like good work. Driving back empty, the road made a different song. Where the shed had taken its little breath earlier, snow lay tidy in the ditches, not piled in any way that suggested anything dramatic had happened. The gate stood open. The windbreak slats ticked in a wind that had reduced itself to conversation. June didn't expect the blue glow. She didn't expect the voice. Nights like that are a kind of luck. You spend them once, and the receipt belongs to you alone. Still, as she rounded the curve just before the shed, a single, small sound rose in the cab, maybe the thermos expanding, maybe the bell on the wooden token giving itself permission to be more than wood for a heartbeat, maybe nothing. It was the polite, exact tone a bell would make if it were telling someone it was coming through. She smiled and lifted 2 fingers from the wheel. The small wave drivers give a kindness when no one can see them. Weeks later, on another mountain across the state line, she would hear a young driver on 17 say, nervous and curious, "Anyone have eyes on that old blue plow up ahead? She's making a lane like she owns the place." An older voice would answer with a chuckle soaked in years. "If you can see her, she's not trying to impress you. Keep 30, don't crowd the cats. And if you hear the bell, remember your manners." June kept the wooden token near the shifter. It stayed put most days. On nights when the wind asked the road to be a little more than itself, it would slide a quarter inch and find center again. She never used the bell when she didn't need to, and she didn't go hunting for it. She did what the mountain asked. Slowed when water wanted to be crystal, waited when waiting was smarter than bravery, spoke up on the radio when a pickup had chosen a poor shoulder, waved a car back when it wanted to pass in a spot she knew would be a problem. There were other nights, other hills, other kindnesses, but whenever the horizon went from transparent to white in the space of a mile, and the cat's eyes began their quiet blink under a beam that couldn't quite claim them, she found herself listening for the small, unpretending tone that said someone else had decided to keep the lane visible a little longer, and if the blue glow walked the curve ahead of her like a lantern carried by a careful hand, she followed with the humility the mountain likes best. Story number 8. The levee road ran like a dark ribbon between two quiet sheets of water. On the left, the river moved with the dignity of something old and heavy that preferred not to be watched. On the right, the backwaters stretched into a lace of marsh and reeds, flat as a held breath. Nikita kept the truck to a pace that felt polite, tires whispering on the narrow asphalt, mirrors full of star-splintered reflections. The cab smelled faintly of black tea and the citrus cleaner she favored for the dash. A string of small wooden beads hung from the visor and made a dry, companionable sound whenever the surface changed. There were nights when this route felt like a secret people kept from each other. It crossed no big towns, only a few weather-stained bait shacks, a crane parked on a barge that never seemed to change its angle, a church with a light in one window, as if someone inside took their turn at keeping watch. The signs were modest, painted with a hand that had patience. Bridge 12 swing span. Draw opens on signal. Next. Services 19 miles. Channel 19 murmured on low, the way the river does when it doesn't want to be conversation. Along the levee at intervals were call boxes on slender poles, old-fashioned, painted the color of faded sky, each with a small glass door and a round blue reflector mounted above it. They had been part of a program to help stranded motorists before everyone carried a phone in their pocket. Now they were just landmarks. Most drivers didn't notice them unless the moon got low and turned the reflectors into small, expectant planets. It was a quiet hour, the hour when cranes sleep and raccoons write their notes in mud. Somewhere out in the marsh, a night heron made a sound like a door hinge with manners. Nikita's headlights washed over the nearest call box and carried on. As she passed the next one, something rang. It wasn't the bleat of a modern phone. It was a bell tidy, insistent, the kind of ring that belongs to a shop door or an alarm clock that's been wound by a careful hand. It echoed a little and then stopped. She turned her head, expecting a small building with a light behind a window, but there was only water and the suggestion of tall grass moving in a wind she couldn't feel. A mile later, there was another call box. As she approached, it rang. One bright, old-fashioned trill, and then silence. Nikita told herself it was a trick of sound, some odd echo traveling from a marina she couldn't see. She turned the radio up a notch. A driver, 2 counties south, talked about an over-eager trooper. Another called out a stray mattress at mile 63, as if mentioning an old friend who wouldn't take a hint. The sound did not repeat. It didn't need to. Her ears were awake now. The next box remained quiet, a little blue eye on its slender neck, watching. The one after that rang twice in quick, neat chimes, like a patient clerk clearing their throat. She keyed the mic because doing nothing felt like inviting a thing to grow larger. "Anyone else on the levee hearing the call boxes?" she asked, light. A man's voice came back, comfortable in the way of someone who had earned their jokes. "Those old things haven't worked since my youngest started shaving," he said. "They creak like crickets when wind wobbles them, but they don't sing." "Copy," Nikita said, and left it there because sometimes you don't ask a room to agree with you. You let the room continue doing what rooms do, and you keep your hands quiet on the wheel. Bridge 12 announced its approach. with a wooden sign fitted with little reflectors that glimmered like small eyes. The swing span sat low and modest over the water, lit by the humble arrangement of red and green navigation lamps and a single amber safety light that rotated with a lazy, dutiful pace. A tiny operator's shack rose from the pivot, a square-shouldered thing with one window that reflected the river more than it revealed any interior. She had crossed it dozens of times. At night, it felt like going through a sentence written a century ago that had somehow kept making sense. No one waited on either side. The red-green lights checked their math and kept the water safe for anyone who might come, though in this hour almost no one did. The call box on the approach rung as she passed it. 1, 2. She reached to turn the radio down, and at that moment, a voice rose in the cab that wasn't coming from the speakers. Hold back. 2 words. Measured, as if placed on a counter for her to pick up. She did not see a source. Her spine felt that small, thoughtful attention a person feels when they have forgotten to lock a door and then remember they did, actually, turn the deadbolt. She eased off. The truck slowed the way a thing with mass and dignity slows. Ahead, the bridge's amber rotated without drama. The little shack window remained a rectangle of darkness. She pulled onto the gravel turnout set just before the bridge, a place more often used by fishermen in the morning than by rigs at night. Gravel made its dry murmurs. She set the brake and was surprised to discover her fingers were steady. The wind visited, then left. She felt the river rearrange itself under the night in patient ways no one could see. Then the amber light on the bridge's pivot stopped turning. It snapped off, then returned. Not as amber, but as a steady white. The red nav lights flanking the channel together sharpened to an almost theatrical brightness, as if someone had said, "Pay attention." A tone rolled across the water, not loud, low enough that it seemed more a shape in the chest than a sound in the ear. And then, with the grace of something made to do one thing perfectly, the swing span moved. It was not fast. It didn't need to be. You could watch it forever, and still be surprised when the arrangement of rails and road and water resorted itself. The bridge turned on its pivot like a grand, patient animal rolling onto another side. As it moved, a long push barge came into view downstream, a hunched shape with a flat face, lights along the sheer line like buttons, its engine a deep, contented growl. The push boat's spotlight slid over the water, then glanced off the wet steel of the bridge works, and then, with careful politeness, tucked itself away from any driver's eye on shore. The barge was wider than Nikita's rig by a canyon. It made the river look like a reasonable hallway. Had she been on the bridge when it began to turn, she would have had to stop where there is no shoulder, where water becomes both neighbor and problem. Truckers told stories about drawing up a few feet short of the pivot and feeling the whole world tilt while they sat in a cab full of ordinary things, maps and gum wrappers and a jacket with a tear in the sleeve becoming smaller than the math playing out under their tires. She cupped the mic. "Westbound at 12, she said, careful and clear. "Swings in motion." "Hold up." 2 separate drivers thanked her, one with a whistle that wasn't really needed, the other with a tired chuckle. Somewhere behind, headlights slowed and became 2 quiet pairs instead of 4 bright ones. She watched the slow symphony take its time. The bridge made its half-turn and stopped with a finality that felt well-practiced. The barge shouldered through the open channel with the kind of care that makes people like it more than they expect to like big machinery. A man on the bow lifted an arm to the operator's shack, like the notion of gratitude could carry 30 yards over cold water. The bridge began to close, turning itself back until the road realigned with its own stubborn timeline. The steady white returned to amber. The red-green lamps went back to their careful patience. The tone in her chest faded to the simple sound of the night again. She waited not because she had to, but as if someone had asked her to finish reading a page before shutting the book. Then she let off the brake and eased across. As the tires found the steel grating of the span, the cab made that particular singing sound trucks make on bridges like this, a tuning fork hum that feels both outside the world and a part of it. Halfway over, a bell chimed. Once. It could have been in the operator's shack. It could have been in the old bones of the bridge. It could have been in the call box behind her ringing for someone else to hear. On the far side, a light blue sign she'd never noticed before stood at the edge of the road. River Patrol Courtesy Line. In smaller text. In emergency or doubt, use call box. For Bridge 12, 13, 15. It looked new and old at the same time. The way things do when a community makes do with materials they have but intentions that are evergreen. She pulled off at Miller's Landing, where the bait shop kept a coffee pot for early shovers and late returners. At this hour it was closed, but a porch light kept a square of humanity alive. In the window, photographs were taped from a dozen seasons. Men and women in bright vests and heavier jackets stood beside boats and trucks with that particular posture. We show up. A frame near the door held a grainy image of a man in a cap beside a bank of radios and a set of old headsets hanging like little horseshoes. The caption below: Gene Alvarez, River Patrol Night Watch, 1980-9-2004. Below that, a smaller card read, Call Box Network Maintainer. If it rings, answer. She did not try the door. She stepped back and breathed a smell she loved in secret. River varnish. Cut bait. The sweetness that rides certain kinds of water near dawn. Wind curled from the marsh and moved a rope against a cleat with a sound that could have been a sentence if you knew the language. On the return leg later that week, a busier night near the port had sent her back along the levee at a different hour. The air wore a ghost of diesel and fish, not unpleasant. Far ahead, a cluster of lights gathered on the water, small and industrious. She had almost forgotten the bells when the call box at the head of the next bend rang. A single clean note that managed to sound patient and urgent at the same time. This time she slowed early, hazards on for 3 polite blinks, and the call box rang again, twice, then rested. She stopped in the small gravel pocket and stepped down because some instructions arrive as much in the body as in the ear. Up close, the box was the kind of sturdy, no-nonsense housing utilities prefer. The little blue reflector above it had the kind of chips in its edge that come from doing a simple job for too long. Behind the glass, the phone rested on a hook that looked like it would have liked to be called on more often. She lifted the door latch. It stuck half a breath and then yielded. She picked up the receiver, expecting no weight, no line, just a dead hush. A dial tone came through, soft, sturdy, the sort that suggests copper wire and a habit of being left alone. Then, as if someone had been listening not at a switchboard but simply in the same room, a voice spoke a sentence that managed to be friendly and exact without being familiar. "Hold 2 minutes," the voice said. Toogs backing. A pause. "Good evening, Nikita." She did not ask how. She didn't have to. She stood with the receiver against her ear and watched a white tug, low and powerful, push its stern sideways against current, a feat of geometry that always looks more possible than it feels. It made ready to recover a barge that had drifted off its line. The swing span stayed closed for now, but the water was busy. She counted her breaths, and then set the receiver gently back into its metal cradle. Behind her, a tractor's lights appeared. The driver had more speed than the road liked. He rounded the bend, saw her hazards blinking in that way. Hazards blink when they mean it, and settled. He keyed up. "All right, if I tuck in?" he asked, voice sheepish and grateful. "Hold for the swing," she said. "They're working the current." He idled next to her, and together they watched the tug and its grown-up problem. When the bridge turned, he gave a little yip that was almost a cheer. As they pulled onto the span later, he said, "How'd you know?" "The box rang," she said. He let out a breath, not quite a laugh. "Heard about that once. Thought the story came with a beer." After the crossing, they exchanged waves, a small ceremony of the levee, and went their separate ways along the narrow ribbon with the river on one side, the patient marsh on the other. Not every night had a sound in it. Some were only road and water and the rustle of reeds. When the bells did ring, they did so with good timing, neither dramatic nor sentimental. A quick caution about fog that pooled near the low bend by the boathouse. A reminder to wait for an ambulance that crested the far ramp, with an intention that rearranged priority. A soft suggestion to take the turnout and let a string of cars impatient with their own company move on. The calls were not orders. They were like a hand gesturing toward common sense. Once, late in autumn, when the river breathed a thread of wood smoke gathered from towns upstream, the box near Bridge 15 rang in 3 clean strokes. Nikita stopped, expecting the careful tone. Instead, after the dial tone, the connection went soft, and she heard nothing at all. She waited, thinking either the line had given up or the caller had been pulled elsewhere. Then the receiver breathed again, and a different voice, raw, quick, living inside of a moment instead of shaping one, said, "Hold northbound for a southbound rig with a ruptured brake line, light mist on the deck. Don't follow across." A man's breath came into the line like wind into a flute. 2 minutes. She relayed the message on 19, because that's the sort of work that needs more than one messenger. A small chorus of acknowledgments came back, sleepy and without complaint. 2 minutes later, a rig climbed the grade from the other side with hazards doing their good, unglamorous labor. The truck tipped a polite nod toward the call box as it passed. Or maybe that was Nikita making shapes out of reflections because she liked the idea. She cross-checked the deck with her eyes and felt the surface with her palms through the wheel. It had a memory of mist on it. She held another half-minute. Then she went, in the steady, unbusy way a person goes when the night has reminded them that haste is not the only way to keep time. At Miller's, the photos in the window rotated after the storm season. The new set showed a woman standing under a bridge, this one with a coil of rope on her shoulder, and a radio slung comfortably at her hip. The caption, "Sonia Bell, River Patrol volunteer, 10's call boxes." The date under it was last year's. In the corner of the frame, tucked in almost like a signature, someone had written a sentence in a small, neat hand. "If it rings, answer." On a bright winter noon after too many long nights, Nikita stepped into the bait shop when it was open and asked about the boxes as if she were asking about an extended family member. "Fine, really just getting on." The proprietor, a man with forearms like mooring posts and a smile that kept trying to return to duty, said, "Most of the lines are retired. We've got a handful still patched through to the tower on the bluff. Sonia volunteers up there. Has a way with old machines. They like her voice. Says they behave for her. We joke that the ones that aren't on the grid still ring just out of habit when the river has an opinion." He said it without trying to make it pretty, and that made it sound like the truth. He slid across the counter a folded map with the levee sketched simple and clean, and the boxes numbered in pencil. 12, A, 12, B, 13, A. On the back, in small print, he'd written, "Bells are real, if you want them to be." "Do they use names?" she asked, more out of duty to the question than because she expected a satisfying answer. "Not unless the person answering needs to hear it," he said, as if reciting a line from a story that had taught him how to be kinder. That's how Sonia says it. She says it with a straight face. Good people say things like that with straight faces. Nikita kept the map folded into the flap of her logbook, not because she would need it, but because sometimes it helps to have a piece of paper with a line on it that matches the line you're living. There would be nights later when the bells did not ring, and everything went fine. There would be a gusty April when the river ran so high it forgot to be polite, and the boxes stood with their blue eyes half-lidded, and if they rang then, the sound would have been lost in the larger voice of water doing what it insists on doing when given a few days of permission. There would be a Sunday when a caravan of enthusiasts with a classic car club chose the levee for its prettiness, and the bells kept still while the air filled with the careful roar of engines that wished they were younger. All went well, because people took turns like a lesson they wanted to pass to someone else. And there would be a late night, months after the first ring, when fog came in from the marsh with serious intentions, the kind that bites quietly at the edges of vision and makes a person feel more alone than they are. The world would shrink to a black bar of road bounded on both sides by nothing. At that hour, the boxes would ring not in sequence but in companionship, one before a curve, one on the far side of it, one where the asphalt had suffered under last year's flood and been patched but wore a different crown. She would stop twice, once to wait for a car she could not see but whose droplets she could hear on the water, and once to let a tow with flashing beacons claim the center of the bridge as a place it belonged for a minute. On those nights, when she would climb out after her run, shake her shoulders loose, and rest her forehead against cool glass for a breath or two, there would be a feeling that the road had kept track of her even when she had not had the attention to keep track of herself. She would not press the feeling into a shape. She would leave it alone like a small bird that comes to a railing if you don't reach. Sometimes, passing a call box that had never rung for her, she would lift 2 fingers from the wheel toward the blue reflector, as if saluting a neighbor on a porch she couldn't quite see. If it answered with a bell that no one else in the cab would have sworn they heard, she did not test it. She let it be. The river breathed. The marsh watched. The The bridge waited for its turn to tell someone to hold. Story number 9. Fog lay low on the water, where the causeway met the island. A smooth, pearly sheet that made the world look like a painting still drying. Sloane guided the rig toward the twin mouths of the harbor tunnel. Their concrete lips beaded with damp, the orange sodium lights making halos on the slick pavement. The bay on her left held its breath. The marsh on her right kept its chorus to itself. It was the hour when ferries slept on their ropes and gulls grew quiet. 2 green signs stood like polite ushers near the entrance. Tuned to 1610 AM for tunnel advisories. Keep lights low beam. Maintain lane discipline. She always smiled a little at that last phrase, lane discipline, like the road was a classroom and the paint was there to teach. She clicked the radio down to the advisory frequency. A soft hum gave way to a voice that sounded like it had been there a very long time. A woman with a low, even cadence, as if reading out of a manual she'd memorized long ago. "Welcome to Harbor Tunnel," the voice said, unhurried. "Speed limit 35. Leave space. No stopping except in emergencies. Emergency bays every 400 feet. In case of incident, remain in your vehicle unless instructed otherwise." It was standard. She heard it in almost the exact same words every time. But tonight the vowels carried a tired kindness that made her picture a thermos on a desk and a pencil poised above a logbook with tidy columns. She rolled down a half-inch of window to feel the salt on the air. Fog touched her cheek and then withdrew like a cat. Inside, the tunnel narrowed her universe to a well-lit ribbon. Concrete tiles reflected her headlights back at her in tidy squares. Overhead, fluorescent fixtures stretched away into a gentle curve that lied and said the road was straight. Fans in their housings dozed in a row like big animals asleep under a platform. The grade dipped. The steering wheel made its slight whisper under her fingers. She eased the cruise down because in tunnels, speed feels like a louder language. Half a minute in, the advisory voice returned. "Attention northbound," it said, nearer than the last time, as though the walls had leaned in to carry the sound. "4B, lane 2, minor obstruction at marker 3. Reduced to 3 to 2. Move right at your convenience. Maintain spacing." Sloane glanced at the placards set in the wall at shoulder height, small numbers inside small circles that counted the bays. They'd always been there. Tonight they looked like the pages of a book someone else had been reading. Marker 2 slid past. The glass of the emergency phone beside it caught the light like an eye. The next variable message sign overhead, a yellow on black panel that usually scolded about headlights or tailgating, lit up cleanly. "Obstruction. L2. Ahead keep. Right. 32 miles per hour." She signaled out of habit, even though no one could see it but the concrete. She settled into the right lane with the careful economy the tunnel prefers. In her mirror, a compact car did the same, its driver's face a pale oval behind glass, more geometry than person. The obstruction in lane 2 was humble, an orange triangular stand somebody had dropped, tipped on its side like a book set down half-closed. It looked recent and a little embarrassed. Without the sign, she would have seen it in time. With the sign, the move felt like it belonged to the tunnel as much as it did to her. "Northbound," the advisory voice said, softer now, as if speaking to a smaller room. "Adjust ventilation to recur." The word stumbled there, recirculate, stretching, and then landing. The voice recovered. "Recirculate. Expect change in air pattern. Do not stop. If you feel unwell, use the next bay and engage hazard signals." She tapped her vent button almost absent-mindedly, more to satisfy the feeling that someone had asked politely. Overhead, one of the big fans woke up in a yawn of sound that she felt more than heard, a low whir that set the cab's loose coins trembling in their little tray. Air moved the sort of shift you notice in your ears first, pressure arranging itself along your thoughts. The next bank of lights looked a shade different, not brighter, not dimmer, more alive. 300 feet ahead, a bay opened like a mouth along the wall. Its number plate read 3. The emergency phone behind its glass box blinked a small green dot the way a heart monitor does when it's doing nothing dramatic. As she passed, a bell sounded once, thin and precise, and then stopped. She glanced at the phone, at the green dot, at her own reflection in the tempered glass. Just a ring, like a desk bell tapped with a patient finger. The advisory voice did not comment. The radio hummed its small room tone. Tires moved against concrete in a reliable conversation they'd been having for years. Marker 4 rolled past. The road made a modest twitch left, the kind that always comes where ventilation shafts meet the main run. A vanity plate on a sedan ahead read Orchid. Its driver signaled left, felt the tunnel reconsider, then drifted back into the right lane with a quiet thoughtfulness that made Sloane trust them more. Northbound, Bore B, the voice said, and this time her own name arrived neatly at the end of the sentence, as if pinned on with a safety clasp. Sloane, maintain. Bay 7 in use. Hold your lane. Do not enter L2 until after marker 8. You'll see your shadow before you see yourself. She did not ask how. The tunnel often took liberties with names via transponders and tags and pre-registration lists. The system knew who came and went. But the last line unclasped a memory she didn't know she had a kid's game with flashlights and walls, a hand lifted to a lamp to make a crude bird. She held the wheel a degree tighter, and then told her fingers to relax their pride again. Bay 7 looked occupied before she reached it. A parked car with hazards lit gave the space a heartbeat. A maintenance worker in a high-visibility jacket stood with their back to the road, speaking into a handset. Their posture was coming back from an irritation, not stepping into one. At the same moment, on the curve ahead, reflections gathered into a shape that looked very much like a truck's taillights not far in front of her. It wasn't there. It was on the tiling, a perfect mirage cast by a vehicle further along in the bend. The tunnel had been playing this trick as long as it had been tiled. Some nights it felt more honest than others. In this light, the false taillights looked alarmingly real. They drifted in the lane, they steadied, they made a plausible argument for being chased. The advisory voice returned, almost amused. That's you in the glass, it said. Let yourself go first. She did. She kept her pace, kept her 4 seconds cushioning into nothing in front of her, kept her eyes on the small reflectors set into the right-hand wall, a steady row of stubbornly helpful stars. The false truck slid away, became an idea, then lifted into a shaft of light and belonged to someone else. Bay 8 arrived with the clean plane of an exit door, a green running man glowing with that particular international urgency the symbol was designed to carry. She breathed in, out. The fan's key changed. Someone had added another instrument to the same chord. Diesel smells crossbred with salt water. The advisory voice spoke a number sequence that sounded like room assignments, and maybe was. Bays 10 through 12, phones in service. 13's been touchy this week. 14, maintenance has the door. 15, please leave clear. Then, without warning, a sentence that laid a hand on the back of her neck and urged her to straighten. Northbound, we'll make a quiet space at 17. Use it if your hands are full. She looked down. Her hands felt steady. Her mind felt like a cup filled to the lip, but not spilling. The tunnel continued to make its one long promise, that it would remain just the right shape all the way to daylight. At the 17th bay, the lights overhead brightened a single shade, just enough to call attention to the spot and then fade back, the way a stage manager might bump a cue so a person's mark is easy to find. No cars sat in the space. No workers moved there. If she had asked, some diagram would have showed a slightly wider shoulder, a slightly cleaner drain. In the absence of diagrams, the air felt more relieved for a few feet, as though the tunnel had found a place to sigh and done so without wanting anyone to notice. She didn't stop. She didn't need to. Knowing there was a place she could have was almost as good as having the place itself. Halfway through, something flickered on the CB. A driver on 19 asking where the fog lifted on the southbound run. A second answering with a marker and a joke about the ways water loses interest. She left it. The advisories lived better at the center of the cab in this stretch. The AM voice continued to arrive and leave like a careful tide. Maintain. Maintain. Expect shift near 21. The lane holds true even when it looks like it doesn't. Maintain. 21 did that old trick of convex to concave the tunnel designers wouldn't have bothered anyone with in a daylight tour. At night, with lights rolling and walls narrowing and the idea of water pressing not physically but the way a thought presses against an idea, the trick could feel like someone had gently set a hand on the wheel and guided. Sloane let the lane do its job. The truck behaved like an animal that had decided to trust another creature for a little while. Then the tone changed again. Far ahead, a variable message board strobed once in a way they are not meant to, and displayed a line it had probably never shown before. Stay. It blinked back to its regular admonition about headlights as if embarrassed. She had just enough time to be unsure what to make of it when the advisory voice filled the cab in a firmer register. "Hold 30, it said. "Boat wake on the pilings. Bay 24 is a no-stop tonight. You'll feel the wall breathe." Instinct would have made her laugh a week ago. Tonight, the humor stayed in its lane. The floor under her tires lifted a fraction, a flex in the structure she'd been driving over for years. Without acknowledging it, felt like a living thing. Tiny ripples conspired in the concrete to say, "I am doing something you could not manage by yourself. Thank you for participating." She kept 30. No alarm sounded, no smoke, no drama, only a whisper of air and a metal within concrete groan, like a grandfather standing up from a low chair quietly and with the dignity of a person who refuses to make it anyone else's problem. The upgrade began, gentle, and then persuading itself it had done enough. The lights ahead warmed into a buttery yellow that no longer belonged to the tunnel but to the lamps outside. A rectangle of fog waited there with its own ideas about how to meet her roof at a particular angle. The advisory voice softened, less like an announcement now, and more like someone checking the latch on a door they already knew to be shut. "You're good," it said. "Keep right on exit. Watch for crosswind from the breakwater. Recirc off." She clicked the button. The fans dimmed to the soft rush of a city asleep in the next room. The little green running men bowed goodnight in a row in the mirrors as she rose toward daylight. A barely visible sign at the crown of the slope, the kind of sign you could drive past for a decade without reading, carried 3 lines. Harbor Tunnel Operations. Night Manager. L. Ames. In memory, keep people breathing. Painted on the cinder block wall above it, someone had stenciled a small, durable heart. Sloane let out a breath she had not realized she'd been storing. It made a small cloud in the cool of the cab. Outside, fog pressed a cool palm to the windshield, and then drew it back. To the right, a low building squatted under the breakwater, concrete stained by years of spray, windows invested with practical blinds. Behind one, a figure moved just a shoulder at the edge of a desk lamp, just a thermostat adjusted, just a thermos set down. Maybe no one. Maybe a coat on a chair. The lights didn't care. She pulled into a staging lot that looked out over ferry slips and cranes asleep, the water black and obedient. The lot's sodium lamps had learned to be tender. She set the brake and listened. The truck adjusted itself. The road outside held a conversation with wind and stone. Inside the cab, the silence had shape to it. In the morning, daylight sanded everything down: safety orange vests, bright at crosswalks, school buses, doing a carefully cheerful job, a tour bus idling with its own catalog of stories. The tunnel and sun is a tidy piece of civil engineering. It becomes an honest line connecting 2 places that would rather not be separated. That night, heading back, the signs asked again to tune to 1,610. The voice returned, a half-beat warmer than she remembered, or maybe that was only because she was listening in fewer places. It said the same things, but again one of the words hung for an extra quarter second, as if it were being cradled in someone's hand before being offered up. Breathe. In the tunnel, the tile reflected her modest headlights. Another driver, southbound, called in a dropped box of nails at the mouth of the bore on the island side. The variable message boards asked politely for a shift left. A city truck with magnets on its bumper glided in like a well-timed answer. The fans stayed sleeping. The advisory voice offered little geography. Small water ingress in Bay 10. Crews notified. And once, during a lull, northbound truck. You're doing fine. She did not assume it meant her. It didn't matter. It made the tunnel feel like a place someone cared about keeping safe. At Bay 12, she looked down the short ramp into the shelter area and saw a bulletin board on the far wall through the glass papers pinned in a rough grid. Across the top, in block letters written by a hand that had been holding pens for decades, were the words, "Keep people breathing." On the far side of the hill, she parked near a coffee shack that kept its window light on like a promise too early and late. A trio of other drivers stood near the curb in a small knot, cups making little crescents of steam. She asked casually if any of them ever listened to the tunnel station. An older one with a face like weather shrugged. "Yep," he said. "Sometimes they do drills with the voice on loop. Sometimes a live one's on if they're minding something. Used to be in Ames down there nights. Kept folks calm during that nasty mess with a bus in '04. They named a room after her. Still on? Another asked. Nah, the older driver said. She passed, I think. They kept her cadence on the tapes. Everyone liked it. Cabin voice. The kind that slows your heart down instead of winding it up. Sloan sipped coffee that tasted like the tides had got into the beans and added something muscular. She didn't say, "Last night it called me by my name." She didn't need to say, "Sometimes the bay rings a bell." She didn't need to say anything at all. It was enough to be part of a small congregation of people who trusted lights on walls and air moved in a careful key and a voice that knew the difference between an instruction and a reassurance. On a spring night a month later, a southbound driver would speak too quickly on the radio about a flat in the narrowest stretch. The voice would come across 1,610 inches that unruffled way and ask those behind to use bays and patience, would ask maintenance to prepare a cone corridor, and would say, gently, "We are going to give one person a small room to fix a small problem inside a larger one." Drivers would oblige, because the tone made refusal feel like stepping out of a choreography everyone already knew. No news would print the next day about an accident avoided, because there wouldn't be one. Sloan found herself keeping the dial on 1610 a breath longer on ordinary crossings, as if asking to be reminded how to behave in a place built with borrowed air. When she drove through in summer heat, windows up against other kinds of breath, the voice would sometimes break the routine with a sentence that could have been from an old friend. "If your shoulders tighten, do one small kindness for your hands." When she drove through in sharp winter, the fans would whisper, and a bell would ring somewhere. Exactly once, and the doors numbered like chapters, would pass in steady order. On her dashboard, beside the small coil of receipts and the neat square of her log, she taped a narrow strip of paper where her eye could find it without needing to. The words were the words on the cinderblock wall, traced in her own hand. Keep people breathing. It was not a rule. It was the kind of sentence that changes shape a little depending on who is hearing it and what road they're on when they do. Story number 10. Night had rubbed the edge off everything, the signs, the trees, the long, low guardrails that held the interstate to its idea of straight. Rowan kept the rig at a trustworthy pace, hands resting easy on the wheel, shoulders set into that late-hour truce between attention and fatigue. The cab smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and the last of a sandwich he'd eaten 2 exits back. A little cloth owl, a gift from his niece, rode the dash by the vent and watched the lane with glass eyes that threw 2 clean beads of light back toward him. It was a connecting highway through in-between country, not quite mountains anymore, not yet coast, a rolling quilt of dark fields and pale ponds, whose surfaces took the stars and doubled them. The clock said 3:17. The radio was on low 19, murmuring with occasional courtesy, and somewhere in the sweep of static the curve of an AM voice came and went, too soft to be made out, steady as a person dimming lamps one at a time in a big old house. The center line wore fresh reflectors, a string of cat's eyes that blinked as his beams reached them and then forgot them. He let the rhythm teach his breathing. The reefer hummed. The rig was content, and yet an unease sat somewhere behind his sternum, not an alarm, more a suggestion, the way a room tells you to check the stove before you go upstairs. A sign appeared, new paint clean against the night. Safety corridor begins. Next 14 miles. Follow guidance. He blinked and had the private thought all drivers have when a sign uses a novel phrase, guidance, not signs, not speed limits. It looked official and handmade at once, letters the size of rules, words with a softness to them. He keyed the mic because saying anything at all sometimes buys back a yard of attention. "Anybody know what the safety corridor thinks it is tonight?" he asked, lazy as a yawn. "Extra patrols last week," a man answered. "Couple of deer, couple of sleepy folks riding the rumble. They put up boards, that's all." Rowan took the truth of it and kept on. The next overhead display carried the bland reassurance of a DOT lullaby. Stay in lane. Maintain space. The words calmed him in the way. A list calms a mind that wants to wander. Fog rose without making a big show of it, the way fog does when it's more interested in being everything than being seen. It made the shoulder markers into ghosts. Beyond a low ridge, red dots blinked in a tight, orderly band. He thought wind farm and then frowned. There wasn't one close enough to show like that. The band waved not random, not in the frequency of the aviation rules, but in a diagonal sweep from left to right, a slow, unhurried signal, tracing a path toward an off-ramp that had seemed unremarkable 2 miles back, and now felt like it had an opinion. The next message board lit up a beat later, as if catching up to something it hadn't planned on saying. Use right lane. Right lane steadier. He smiled despite himself at the choice of word. He slid right, blinkers polite. The fog thickened, then thinned. The red lights far away completed their wave and snapped back into the normal pulse, as if embarrassed to have been caught. Ahead, a modest blue sign amenities announced a wayside in a mile. Beneath it, a smaller panel had been bolted on recently. Brake check, divided by Drowsy Bay. The words were plain. He didn't think he was drowsy. He wasn't brave enough to use that as a reason to ignore a suggestion phrased that kindly. On 19, a voice sheared in and then soothed out, the sort of voice a person trusts with numbers. Be advised, it said. Fog on the creek flats is pooling odd. Keep recirc as needed. Maintain 38 at mile 2 to 3. If you're thinking about stopping, the bay has room. The tone was familiar and not. He couldn't place it. Like a tune you know from a jukebox but haven't heard in a while. He thumbed his vent switch to recirculate and thought of tunnels and their lessons. The rig's air changed its mind a degree. At the same moment, from the ditch with the low water that no one notices in summer, a bell sounded once a clean, bright note that felt like a coin struck on wood. Copy, he said, not to anyone in particular. The owl on the dash looked unamused. He found 38 at the mile marker. The speed felt right. The lane's arguments fell away. At the bottom of the shallow grade, reflectors winked in a way they didn't usually bright, then brighter like eyes widening and settling. He eased over a foot to the left without thinking, and missed a long patch where the surface wore a lighter tone, a thin film of damp laid by fog that had found a temperature it liked. The tires hummed instead of whispered. The tension behind his sternum loosened. The bay arrived with a sweep of guardrail, and a rectangle of pavement set off the main line under a halo of careful light. He rolled in as if the truck had suggested it. The lot was simple. A pair of angle spots big enough to fit a rig in a way that felt like the person who painted the lines had driven one. A picnic table under a lean-to roof. A vending machine that wore its humming like a badge. A call box painted the color of the dawn sky. And, above it all, a single amber beacon that turned slowly with the unhurried dignity of a lighthouse that knows the shoreline hasn't changed in 100 years. He set the brake. The cab settled, the reefer doing that little sigh it does between cycles. As the engine's hum faded, the knight stepped forward. He cracked the window. Fog moved against the mirror in faint veins. Somewhere nearby, water spoke in the language of culverts hollow, regular, polite. The call box rang, one clear chime, then another. The amber beacon brightened by a hair, as if smiling. He opened the little door on the box without needing to be told. The phone felt tougher than modern devices, as if built to be used with gloves. He lifted it, expecting a recorded message, an apology for the machine's age, a list of numbers to dial for services that were asleep at this hour. Hold, a voice said in his ear, friendly and exact. The word carrying the weight of someone who wrote it down and then looked up to see if you agreed. 2 minutes. He didn't ask what for. A half-minute later, fog rolled across the highway with the kind of purpose that makes the world smaller. A pair of cars entered it too fast on the far side and immediately thought better of their decisions, brake lights sowing red through the white. A set of hazard blinkers flickered from within the gray and then found steadier rhythm. In the middle of it all, a pickup with a trailer decided the shoulder was large enough to hold its choices and discovered it wasn't. It needed room to reconsider. The bay gave them that room. The fog softened its shoulders and moved along. At the end of 2 minutes, the amber beacon turned its slow circle and returned to its previous, patient routine. Thank you, he said. The way you thank a stranger who has saved you the chore of over-explaining something simple. Drowsy Bay, the voice said, as if pointing on a map. If you close your eyes, do it here. If you go on, keep right. Next guidance, 2 miles. You'll hear it. Maintain. He didn't sleep. He cleaned his windshield with a careful old habit and drank water that was not interested in being anything else. He walked to the edge of the lot and read the small bronze plaque set into a low rock. Night Safety Corridor, established in gratitude to those who kept watch. A list followed names without dates, some familiar in a way that made the back of his mind feel organized. Layton, Pike, Nance, Caldwell, Langan, Vale, Bell, Ames. The fog made the names bead with damp until the letters glittered. On the shelter post, a laminated sheet had been tacked, the ink a shade faded. 2 lines in plain text wrote themselves into him. Leave something helpful. Take what you need. He took the road again because the road was what he had. As he pulled out, the amber beacon dimmed a fraction like a nod. The next guidance came, as if the highway had counted for him. The wind picked up from nowhere, a small downrush against the trailer's high wall. Across the field, beyond the fog's reach, 3 red lights blinked not in a wave this time, but in a quick triple that made a triangle on the horizon. He would have missed it if the board overhead hadn't flickered to life with a line that made him laugh before he could argue with it. Crosswind practicing, reduced to 4-4. The laugh cleared a corner of his head where a nap had been thinking about setting up house. The lane tightened to a long curve with a guardrail that had never liked being looked at. Beyond it, a speck of reflective orange came into motion. A pickup easing down a service path parallel to the road. Amber bar turning in that polite, old-fashioned way that says the lights care more about being seen than about being fancy. Follow Me was painted across the tailgate in letters that had been traced and retraced. So many times they were almost relief. The truck didn't pull in front of him. It just moved on the other side of the fence, keeping pace until the curve ended, then rolled back into the trees without making a point. "All right," he said to the owl in the night. "I see you." The next mile marker flashed past. The CB crackled with a voice that had lived in the air so long it had learned patience there. "Left latch. Rear," it said. "Give it a hand at the next pullout." He rested the wheel with 2 fingers and told himself not to look into the mirror 3 times like a person being jumpy. The pullout appeared exactly where courtesy would put it. The latch took a half twist and then a notch and sang a cleaner note. Back in the cab, his own hand felt warmer than it had a minute earlier. He passed a low concrete bridge over a creek with a name that had never been famous. As he crossed, something changed in the light around him, the faintest heat shimmer without heat. And a bell chimed once, small and bright in the way bells are when they are near wood and water. He imagined a blue plow easing through heavy weather on some other night, a person lifting a hand in a shed, someone with a logbook, noting a moment when a road's etiquette had saved someone's day. On 19, another driver asked if anyone else was hearing a woman on AM give numbers about ventilation and bays. Rowan smiled into the darkness and let the dial drift until the careful cadence of that voice found the edges of the cab. "Maintain," it said. "Keep people breathing. Next, shift at 21. If your shoulders are tight, notice." The words felt less like a radio and more like a ceiling fan in a quiet kitchen, steadying the air without insisting. Fog thinned. Pines showed their teeth against a softer sky. The safety corridor's last sign came up with a modest flourish. "Be kind with time." The word choice warmed and pained him at once. He thought of the man who'd taught him to keep both thumbs on the wheel. He thought of the woman at the counter with the map who'd drawn a circle around a bad ramp and told him not to try it in weather. He thought, without wanting to, about the nights when he'd been alone in a cab and not felt alone in the world. The end of the corridor announced itself in the smallest possible way. A pullout with 3 chairs under a shelter and a bulletin board full of paper pinned in tidy rows. He had enough time to stop and did. The vending machine hummed with a note he recognized from a rest area he had only visited in a story. On the board, index cards rode on a metal ring, a left turn where there used to be a right, a short but steep hill that wanted a gear lower than pride would pick, a stray dog in a red bandana who had taken to sleeping by the fence at a farm market. Someone had written Rowan's name on one card, as if they'd been sure he was coming. "If you keep going, keep to the center near the waterworks. The crown is friendlier. Leave something helpful," the sheet had said. He found a pen in the door pocket and wrote, without making more of it than the act deserved. At 24, the crosswind leans left. Let it lean. You can lean less. He set the pen back where he found it and stood for a minute under the shelter, watching fog wander off like a mood changing its mind. Across the way, a little rock held another plaque like the one at the bay. Under the names, someone had etched a sentence in small, stubborn letters. "This line is kept by many hands." He drove on, lighter. Dawn took a patient bite out of the horizon. The line of the road showed more of itself, and asked less. On the far side of the county line, a diner lifted its sign like a cheerful flag, and the smell of toast made decisions for his body before his mind could weigh in. He parked near a window and went in to find a counter that had been wiped down 1,000 times by the same two hands. The woman pouring coffee had a voice like a well-tuned fan. "Early?" she asked, as if the two of them were on staff for the morning. "Late," he said, and liked how the word felt. On the wall behind the register, a photograph collection had been arranged: roads in weather, trucks in seasons, faces of people who'd become part of the landscape without trying. In one, a wind farm blinked its careful red. In another, a bridge's swing span glowed with its modest amber. The captions were small and unpretending. The last photo, placed in the corner where a person almost misses it and then doesn't, showed a blank stretch of road at night with nothing extraordinary in it but the line. Someone had written beneath it, "Maintain." He ate, paid, and stepped back into air that didn't bite. Later, as the sun took its time deciding to be bold, he rolled past the far end of the safety corridor without fanfare. The radio let the living voices back to the front. Other roads were waiting with their own habits. He felt the residue of the last 14 miles settle into the steady place where useful things go. He did not expect guidance again. He did not need it. The trick of a good night, this one included, was that it changed the shape of the next 100 by a small human amount. What he kept was not a story. It was a handful of words that had been spoken in a dozen places that didn't know about each other and yet did. Be kind with time. Maintain. Keep people breathing. Leave something helpful. When the lane narrowed late that afternoon, 2 states over, when a man in a sedan drifted toward a shoulder as if feeling for a thought he couldn't find. When a gust that had slept all week decided to stretch. When a sign used an adjective where a number might have been more normal, Rowan found himself ready to do the one thing the road always rewards: follow the good line. And that brings our ride to an end. 10 true trucker horror stories from the highways that never rest. Out there, beyond the glow of your dashboard, the darkness still waits quiet, patient, and endless. If these stories kept you awake tonight, give this video a like. It helps us keep the wheels turning through the night. And if you're new here, subscribe to the Sleep Haunt so you never miss another trip into the eerie and unknown. Until next time, keep your eyes on the road, your doors locked, and your mind calm. Good night and safe travels wherever the highway takes you.